Mhm.
Da-da-da-da. Hey, Steve.
How are you today? Hi, Patrice.
Oh, all right. All right.
Which one?
Oh, darn. My watch is answering me. There we go.
Chair Ryan, all the supervisors except Vice Chair Fowler are here.
Okay. Well, let's see. It is 2:45. I'm sure we're going to get Lena in just a minute here. So I'll go ahead and let's see. Call this meeting to order. It's June 8th, 2021. And we have a series of special sessions that we need to conduct prior to having our regular meeting, which is at 6 p.m. And so for the first portion of the meeting, the first item that we have on our agenda, it is discussion and consultation and legal advice regarding the contract that I'll turn to Rose and seek your advice. It is your advice that we go into executive session.
Yes, Chair Ryan, that is my recommendation.
Okay, and so we need a motion to do so.
I move we go into executive session for the advice of legal counsel.
I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. I need a second.
Second.
Oh, wow. I think District 2 just barely beat out District 4. So I have one from Supervisor Vasquez. Great to have everybody here. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, so now we need to make sure we turn off our Zoom meeting, and then we're going into our Teams meeting for the executive session.
All right. Ooh.
And for if the general public's there, we'll come back after executive session into open meeting again. There we go.
We lost the chair.
Didn't he tell us not to get lost?
You take a left instead of a right.
Zigged instead of zagged, huh?
See, we lost him. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm a zigged and zagged. Yeah. Sometimes you have to sit out in that room out there listening to you guys until you get let in here.
Hot mic, hot mic.
That's right. Yeah, I have about 3 layers of Teams to go through to get rid of. Okay, let's just double check and make sure we got our board back. Patrice, I see you out there. Geronimo, do we have you back yet? No, let's see Geronimo.
See him yet.
There's Judy. Thank you, Judy. And is Lena out there? I see Lena's screen, but I don't see Lena.
I don't see her yet.
Okay,
In the meeting, Chair Ryan. Chair Ryan, she is in the meeting.
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Lena's there, and we're hoping to get Geronimo. But we're a little behind schedule here. We're stepping into our next item, which is a discussion of possible actions. We're posted for 3:30 discussion regarding rescinding the ordinance 2021-02 wildfire defense ordinance. And so actually, I'm going to turn to, who am I going to first on this? Is it Steve?
Mr. Chair, Lucinda is going to tee this one up for the ordinance.
Oh, there you go. Now I'm reading my chair's agenda. Oh, Lucinda, you're up. Floor's yours.
All right, good afternoon, Chair and board members. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. Today, we're bringing back the wildfire defense ordinance. As you will remember or will recall, the board made a modification to the ordinance back in, I believe it was January, and to allow for areas to be established where the restrictions could be by area versus solely countywide, to be able to adapt to various fire circumstances in certain areas. And so, but during that discussion and ultimate approval, there was discussion about modifying the ordinance to potentially modifying the ordinance to account for ceremonial use of fire and some limited discussion about that. With that, Wes Deason, our emergency manager, emergency management director, has been primarily working with Supervisor Fowler on language, and both Wes, Rose, and I have also been working on the language to try to come up with something that will provide some opportunity for an exemption during stage 1 restrictions, but also provides for not creating what simplistically I'll call a slippery slope. I know there were comments made both during the meeting and after the meeting about concerns that opening too wide a door in this case could allow a number of entities and to come forward or people to take risks out in the area and then claim, later or prior some type of ceremonial exemption. And with stage 2 and stage 3, I think the sense is that the risks are significant. As we're all aware, we're going into stage 2 this Friday. And so that was kind of what had been reached relative to the language to date. I know there's some consideration for wanting to consider modifying that for stage 2 and 3, but that currently the staff recommendation is what you see within the ordinance that's in front of you. And this is specifically referencing, if you look at the ordinance, which is in your packet, it's on, it's section, let me get the right section here, section 8 and number 9 under section 8. There's A and then 9, and it's highlighted there showing you the proposed change. So I think that if we were going to look at any changes to stage 2 and stage 3, we'd need to get very, very, very specific about what that looked like, the amount and content of flammable material. That I think we'd have to get very, very specific. Otherwise, my personal belief, and in discussions both with Wes and Rose, I think there's a concern about, being able to manage that appropriately going forward. So anyway, with that, we'll go ahead and turn it over to Wes, and Wes will present, and then it will come back to the board for discussion and direction. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, board members. Thank you for your time today. Lucinda really ran through my script pretty good and covered really the details that we're here to talk about today. Staff is seeking direction from the board. As you can see, we have drafted some language, and I'll give my thank you to Rose. She was very instrumental in putting together this language to make sure that we can address this appropriately without, as Lucinda referred to, becoming too broad with this application of this potential exemption. So we are simply looking for direction from the board. I don't think I need to read it to you. I'm sure it's included in your package. You have it there. And at this point, I would turn it back over to the board for further discussion and direction.
I should also add, as well, as right now, if the direction is to move forward or to modify, the plan right now is to bring it back to the board on June 24th, because it's a change to an ordinance. We can't just modify it. It must go back through the public hearing process. So we'll be placing a notice. If the board says, yes, move ahead, bring it back on the 24th, then we will do so. We'll place a notice in the newspaper immediately to notice for the 15 days to bring that back on the 24th. And there will be a brief, likely a brief public hearing that day. And then, then the board will consider approving or not approving the new ordinance. It will actually be a new ordinance. So in effect, your action will be to rescind the old ordinance and approve a new ordinance. Thank you.
All right. And so actually, I want to throw a couple comments in, but just to start a little bit of the conversation related to it, I really appreciate the work that has been put in with it. The piece that I wrestle with is no matter which religion, so to speak, the desire is, to enable people to, have their ability to address their own religious practices. And my concern is if we just put it in as an exemption without a potential touch with staff on recommendations of best practices, have water available, you have to limit it. You can't have 100 logs that you light up, and just because for your sake of ceremony, you thought it would be good to have 100 logs. I would like us to have some measure that there's a check-in with staff, that people get a permit, and then there's acknowledgement of, unique circumstance related to ceremony, no matter which practice it might be. But to put it in only as an exemption, my worry is that we don't have that check-in. And that's a piece I'm not sure we have captured with this one. And so that's a part that, I hope we would be able to do. But, this is a first attempt with the June 24th. We're almost through fire season, although we might not be. It usually seems to be when you're in a parade that we finally get the hail beating us on the head and the rain comes in with 4th of July, that the monsoons come. We do have a very dangerous season moving forward. I like the idea of how can we accommodate people so that they can practice their ceremony, and yet how can we achieve our objectives of maintaining safety? So there are the pieces that I wanted to put out there and see. I don't think we've fully captured this in this proposal that we have, but maybe we have on that. But let's get into a little bit more. Go ahead, Wes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Well, and I will say, the ordinance as it stands today does exactly that, sir. It does allow for application of variance to a local fire district, or if you don't live in a fire district, you can make the application to my office. So that capability does currently exist today as the ordinance stands. If we make the change somewhat to what is proposed today, what you're asking about, the need for a variance, would still apply in stages 2 and 3. This exception we're proposing today would only apply to stage 1. So just for clarity, the ordinance as it stands today allows for the variance that you've referenced, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Patricia.
Well, and so that means that as exists, it's only good until Friday, because then we go into stage 2. Is that right?
Well, no, ma'am, you can actually apply for a variance under any of the stages, but whether it's
I'm sorry.
granted or not, yes.
Number 9 only applies for 2 more days or 3 more days.
It would, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so, just, for clarification, and I agree with what Matt said. And by the way, I did take a look at some other municipalities, their exemptions. And, I think it's very, very important, especially here in Northern Arizona, that we do in fact recognize that we have a large percentage, a large part of our constituents and populations are Native Americans, and in fact do practice religious ceremonial events. And so I think it's very important that we have this in there. On the other hand, I also think that we do need to recognize, and what you're saying is you've done so, that and all the other exemptions I looked at from the other municipalities do recognize as an exemption religious events, religious ceremonies. And religion, and of course, Rose is on, and Rose can give us some guidance on it, but there are extensive case law and extensive legal guidance on what is a religion and what would qualify as religion. This isn't new, that these kinds of exemptions come in to allow for the free exercise of religion, and so that a government or municipality does not interfere with the free exercise of religion as guaranteed by the First Amendment. So I have, no problem for something that's going to last for 3 more days, but I think it's very important that we acknowledge the free exercise of religion as recognized and defined by the United States Constitution, and is recognized by numerous cases in the Arizona Supreme Court and the United States Supreme Court.
Lena,
There's
you're muted. There you go. You got it.
Okay. Well, thank you. We have in the past, and this is not the first time we're doing this for a fire ordinance. Since 2010, we've had this. And so, the first stage is just recognizing the language that is highlighted. The second and third, people will be able to get a permit to be able to contact the county manager, and if people live within the fire district, then fire district as well. And the main thing is to be able to find out where to go. You know, mainly it's the people that live within the Donny Clark and Timberline area. Those are the ones, and they have a regular, you all have a regular sheriff community meetings, and those are the places to share those. And I believe that the next door has also been launched with the county, with the various community neighborhoods. Those are also places to be able to share those. And then I love your newsletters, Patrice. And you know, we can put them in our newsletters. I think those are really places to making sure that people know where to apply for a permit. That's going to be the main thing. And we're not trying to stop. I of course, you know, being Native American, being Navajo, my focus is always from the Navajo side, and working how we do our prayers and ceremonies with a small fire. We don't build bonfires, and it's always at home. It's a home-based ceremonies. And so for that reason, that was the approach that that was, anyway, my approach. Really thank Wes and Rose for their perspective, and Matt. And we know we've been addressing this for several years now. So I think that this is the right language for that. And I'm happy that it's not just in the one-time resolution. I believe that's what we've been doing since 2010. And this is better that it is actually identified and written into our ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Veronica.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Again, I'm still having trouble with my video. So I just wanted to ask, are these ceremonies allowed anywhere or in stage one? And I know it's going to expire soon when we move to stage two, but are these going to be allowed anywhere, including in the forest? Or are we talking about ceremonies only on private residence or in like churches or whatnot? Or is this allowed, like if someone wanted to go do a ceremony out in the woods, that would be okay with a small fire if it's a religious ceremony?
So I can address that initially. Thank you for the question, sir. As it stands now, we have not, with the exemption, we have not identified a specific geographical area, if you will, forest or at home. If that's something the board would like to discuss further and provide guidance, we could certainly add language if that was the board's desire.
But Wes, doesn't the ordinance or Rose ordinance apply specifically to unincorporated areas?
Yes, ma'am.
It applied to federal lands, or that we can't, I don't know that we have the authority to dictate what is allowed on national forest land. Certainly if it's unincorporated area on private land in a forest, it would apply, but it would not apply on a U.S. Forest Service sets its own restrictions.
That is correct. That is correct. This is only the unincorporated lands.
Only applies to private property in unincorporated areas, not in incorporated areas.
You're absolutely right, Lucinda. It
Does not apply on the nation.
It does not apply on tribal lands. They have their own laws, and they go through their own state restrictions. And that's where this only applies to county properties within the county unincorporated communities. So it doesn't apply to the cities. The cities have their own as well. So that we have to make sure we look at the jurisdiction.
Yeah, and that's the way it's written now. So there's no change to accommodate that.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, Judy, I see you popping up on screen. Go ahead, Judy.
I like the comment that Geronimo made. Like, sound like we're gonna have a big old bonfire somewhere. But, okay, I'm really glad that, this verbiage is being put into the first stage ordinance under fire stage exemption to the fire ban. But anyway, I just wanted to say that this would really just be within the home, individual homes, and making charcoal and taking it aside for ceremonial purposes, and so that and cultural activities that are going to be going on. And so it would be that. I think somewhere along the way, I know Lucinda had mentioned that it's already in there, but I think we should just kind of put it all together in one area so that, people can understand it that way instead of trying to find them here and there parts throughout the ordinance. So I just wanted to say thank you to the staff, for making this effort and also to bringing it forth before us. And it also should have in there that it's only for in certain areas, the jurisdiction areas, where it can and cannot be done that way. And then plus the process that we have to go through to get the ceremonies and cultural activities to be ongoing. So that way, it's there in black and white, and that is all together. And of course, we have to also go to the community and let them know that, this is what it is, via newsletter, whatever, just to let them know. I know we had one incident that came before us, and that person was asking for a Native American church. They're going to have a Native American church. They usually keep the wood outside, but when they bring in the wood, they burn it inside the teepee, and they have their ceremony in there. And also the other issue is that we need to make sure they contain the ashes in a certain properly in a manner, so that, it doesn't fly out or whatever to cause anything. So that's the other thing. So those are the bits and pieces that need to be considered, to really have people understand, that's the way the activities will be ongoing and supported. So thank you very much, staff.
Yeah, go ahead, Patrice.
And if I may, I agree with what Lena was saying too, in terms of written permit or variance. I think we just need to make it very clear where the request goes for the variance. Just to make it clear for everybody. And I'm surprised that where most of the municipalities, at least I looked at, do have something that very specifically indicating the right to make that request for religious reasons. It's not in here. Maybe you feel it doesn't need to be, but it is interesting that it's not. And in light of adding 9, it may cause a problem, a legal problem. But I think, Rose, you can take a look at that and see what you think. So, if there's an exemption for religious purposes, there's an exemption for religious purposes, and you don't get to pick and choose the religion.
So,
Caroline.
go ahead.
I want to also make another comment too, that these ceremonies come at the spur of the moment. Some of them, depending on the patient's illness, and the availability of the medicine person. So that's the other thing. And how much turnaround are we going to have, and who's going to, who can take that, maybe a couple hours before, and take information as to get a permit or the variance, so that needs to be addressed, because this is something that happens just like that. Availability of medicine permit, and then also the patient's illness, how severe it may be, or so those are some of the considerations. We just want to make sure that we don't have people wait for the permit while they're ailing over here and need that ceremony. So that's the other part of this item here.
So just a thought to throw out there on it. It does we received a comment from Rose Toey expressing a concern that because the religious piece isn't written in, just as you had noted, Patrice, in the our written permit and variance section, item 7, that's where that could actually be put in there.
Yeah.
And in doing that, in a way, we don't actually need number 9. If we all want to go with number 9, so be it. But I don't know if we would need that so much as if we put it into number 7. It would capture that piece associated with it. The area of jurisdiction that Judy had asked for, we do have that defined in Roman numeral 3, number 1. It does specify where the jurisdiction applies associated with it. So we've been able to capture that, so that helps for our sake on it. The on the spot piece, I don't know how we would address that if we were asking for a written permit, although we're trying to get best practices too. We've had case in point where there've been, bonfires out in the woods with the, discussion of there's, it was for religious intent. And, we need to define some level of parameter for the sake of public safety as well on it. Yeah, go, Lena, you have your mute on.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why, thinking about that, we put a small fire there. And in containment, it's contained within a container, the stove, or, if it's Native American, it's always within a stove or just a small fire. And it's not a bonfire or anything like that. So if somebody is claiming Native and they're doing a bonfire, that is not. So I think that's where Wes had really identified that the small fire there. So maybe he wants to talk about that. But yeah, it's right. We have issues within the forest, and people that live near the forest maybe also. So we need to make it very clear.
So can I suggest this? It's just thinking about it. If we rescinded this, one is it looks like we can do a little bit more work on it. If we rescinded it, it wouldn't be till June 24th anyway. Typically monsoons come in the beginning of July. If we provide the opportunity for staff to do a little bit more work on this, bring it back so that we can rescind it, we should be in monsoons, and we know we want to work on this to make it a little bit better. Would that be okay? I see Patrice done. Go ahead, Patrice.
And if I may, it's Friday, number 9 is not going to really be, even if we did it now after Friday, number 9 is not going to be relevant for this year anyway. And I do think there needs to be some other considerations in here. I think, and again, it's up to Rose, but there could be some legal challenges in here. And I think there's probably better ways to word it. So I agree, if we can take it back, if we can have some work on it and bring it back to us. And I don't think that from now until Friday, really 9 is going to be that important at this point. And if it is, hopefully somebody can go in and get a permit or variance for the part that already is in existence and already being already part of the county's ordinance. So.
And we would need that information conveyed for those that are on the enforcement end of this. That's the intent that we're trying to achieve. It's important. As noted, they've been shut down by deputies because they were looking at the fire side of the ordinance. It wasn't clearly defined on that. Lena, go ahead.
Okay. Well,
Let me get Lena and then I'll get you, Judy. Okay.
we need to be, in the meantime, we need to be very clear as to what we, how the public will be able to obtain a permit and what the rules are right now. we can bring it back, and this language does need to be, we need to work on it because, it's for all religions and within our county, um, uh, you know, uh, within our areas, and not all religions are the same. And so I think that we just right now, we need to identify where to get the permit or what the process is and what is the expectation right now. We're already going to be going into stage 2 and 3, or hopefully not 3, but we're going into 2. So that's going to be the main message that has to go out now.
Okay, so we can do a public information piece too. But
And
this-
we can-
Right, and we can add that to that communication about clarifying religious uses and where to go to seek a variance.
Okay, let me get Judy, then Geronimo, and then we probably want to move on.
Yeah,
Judy?
I just want to, I agree with some of the comments that were made by the supervisors, and I think I would like to be involved, with their revision, or as we take it back, as far as the verbiage or how we're going to put the thing together so that it encompasses everything that we talked about. Because certainly we have to be clear about what's in our ordinance for conveyance to the communities out there. And so I just want to say that I'm available to assist if you to do that. Thank you.
All right, and then Geronimo. I see you have your picture back. Huh?
First off, I appreciate the language and allowing for Native American ceremonies. I think that's really important. The one reason that I was asking was because I know that some ceremonies that I've known that happen out in Donny Park are like sweat lodges. And to warm up the rocks for the sweat lodge, that does require a big, medium-sized to large fire. And so that was my point of reference when thinking about ceremonies, if those kind of ceremonies would be allowed, or would those fires required to heat those rocks be too big for what the exemption we're allowing?
So actually, I think, if you're okay with this, Geronimo, again, let's give it to staff to take a look at that, how to address that. We can have additional conversation as we have it brought back. A lot of it could be captured in item 7, but we have these additional pieces to consider. And I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads at this point. Any questions from staff perspective?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Steve.
I just want to make sure Lucinda and Wes were good on the time frame for the advertising and also falling into that June 24th date.
Yeah, it has been, I understand from Lindsay that it's been advertised, so we'll need to keep it on the agenda, but at that time we'll indicate that it's being moved out to a later date. So, and we'll identify that date. So,
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
thank you.
All right, that we've had it out there already. All right, we good? Okay, we've fallen behind. We have guests here. Really appreciate our guests and their patience associated with this. Next item that we have is item number 3. It's a presentation and discussion regarding Northern Arizona Health Incorporated development north of Fort Tuthill County Park. And so let's see. I'm going to turn to Lucinda to cue this one up. Lucinda?
Great, thank you, Chair and board members. And I do want to thank everyone for their patience. And today we have Steve Ice from Northern Arizona Healthcare is here to present the project that the Northern Arizona Healthcare is proposing. As the board is aware, they're proposing to construct a new ambulatory surgery center as well as hospital and other types of associated facilities at a location adjacent to Fort Tuthill County Park, just north of the park. They've secured that property, they've purchased that property, and they've submitted an application to the city for rezoning, and it will require a regional plan amendment. And they're here today to provide I would term this as an introductory presentation and meeting, as they will be moving through, what will be a very extensive process with the city. And I want to emphasize that this will not come to the county for a decision. This will not be a decision point or process with the county. This is within the city limits. But given the proximity to the park and certainly the surrounding areas that are within the county jurisdiction, and the connectivity with other areas from a traffic perspective, bring it to as an important development, in this area of the Flagstaff community. And obviously, this is a really key asset to the entire region. Being a regional trauma center and a regional hospital, this is a very important asset to the broader Northern Arizona. So I also wanted to share that, we've been in communication with Steve and with Chris, and they have also presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission prior, again, did an introductory communication with them. And they will be working through probably a fairly extensive public participation process. So I would expect that they will be back to us at some other point with further updates and information. And in terms of gaining input, I think from the county's perspective, we know we've already heard from various park users and stakeholders that they want to have input to this process. And I think one of the things we'll continue to discuss and may be of interest to the board is, what does that process look like going forward? There are both potential impacts from this development to the park, as well as opportunities that are created by the adjacency of this facility. But it's important to understand this is a major facility. We're expecting the major hospital to be multi-level and extend upwards of 110 feet. This is not a minor facility. This is a major effort. As well as working very closely with them and the city. The city's just been great about engaging the county, particularly in the traffic discussion. Really want to appreciate, I know Tiffany Antal and Sarah Dector, or I know Tiffany is with us today. And they've been really supportive of us being involved in those conversations. Really appreciate that. We've been working, again, communicating with the city on this as well. And then also with relative to transit, a lot of interest in transit. Obviously, we've had a long time interest in transit service to the park, as well as to the airport. And so this affords that opportunity to have that discussion. And Kate Morley is with us today from NAPDA as well. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Steve. And certainly once Steve is completed, I'm going to ask Julie Lead, who is serving as a consultant on the traffic element, as well as overall development plan to the county. Ask her to make a few comments about where the process sits relative to the transportation traffic elements of this, and then we'll move into comments from the board and questions from the board. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to Steve.
Thank you, Lucinda, and thanks to Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and the board for having us today. We are, very interested in reaching out to the community and getting your feedback. So as Lucinda had said, we have met with Lucinda and team two or three times now and received some very impactful feedback from them that has already actually changed some of the plans that we did submit to the city on April 30th. So looking forward to talking to you today and getting whatever feedback that you have for us also as we enter into this public participation process. So as Lucinda said, I am Steve Ice. I'm the Vice President of Construction and Real Estate Development for Northern Arizona Healthcare. Joined the organization about 4 months ago with a few tasks at hand, but I would say the major one that I was brought on board for was really this large scale development project that we're here to talk to you about today for Northern Arizona Healthcare. So, Lindsay, I had sent a PowerPoint. I'm not sure if you have that or if you could display it. Or is it best if I just present it from my screen?
Steve, it'd be best if you present from your screen.
Okay, let me.
Thank you. That's
Yep.
correct.
Not a problem. Give me 1 second to just set this up. That's it. Okay, are you able to see what I'm showing on my screen now?
We can see it. It's not in display mode, but yes, we can see it.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yes, it is.
Better?
Now. Yes.
Better, perfect. Okay. So just a little bit of context about the background of what drove us to where we are today and the desire to bring this health village and excellent patient care to Northern Arizona. There's been discussion at Northern Arizona Healthcare for some years now about what the future of healthcare looks like for Northern Arizona and what it needs and what it means to serve the entire northern half of not only the state, but also to be the only level 1 trauma facility in the northern part of the state. As most of you are aware, starting in early 2020, healthcare and much of the world was set on a little bit of a different course, specifically around COVID-19. And some of the discussions that were already in play throughout the organization really got put into high gear as we saw how ill-equipped our facility, like some other facilities, were to handle something as impactful as COVID-19. We struggled to keep up with the patient care aspect of it, specifically as it centers around mechanical ventilation systems, and the fact that our current facility is a double occupancy room facility instead of a more modern single occupancy room facility. So this led us to really push forward our plans and our planning for this new hospital for Northern Arizona. So with that, I would say late in 2020, a team was put together to really put through some development ideas and concepts for what a new facility could look like, specifically for Flagstaff Medical Center. And I will say that we did look at what could take place on the existing campus, and after some exhaustive research, it was deemed that we would not be able to accommodate all of the healthcare trends and technologies we need in the existing facility on the existing grounds. So with that, we started acquiring land just north of the county park, and also putting together our vision for what we thought the healthcare village could look like. And we brought that plan to the board in March of this year. Happy to announce that our board in March of this year approved us to go forward with the continued plan and development for a new hospital and ambulatory campus and a new health village for Northern Arizona. And with that, we were able to submit our planning package to the city on April 30th. So we had been working with Tiffany Antall and Sarah and the team at the city prior to that, but we formally submitted our planning and zoning submittal to the city at the end of April. And really wanted to focus on not only working with the community, but specifically working with our frontline staff on designing what the real future of that hospital could look like. So in addition to the hospital proper and a new co-located ambulatory center, we as NIH have this concept of a true health village. And that health village is really creating a healthy lifestyle destination for not only Flagstaff, but for Northern Arizona. We intend on using our hospital and ambulatory campus to be the center and focus of this health village. But it's a really kind of unique concept that we plan on bringing to Northern Arizona to bring not only community outreach from a health and wellness perspective, but hospital services, ambulatory services, and then also some accompanying things to make that care experience better for patients and family. And that includes some residential components, some health-focused retail, some health-focused food options, and just a real community outreach plan for how healthcare looks in the city. So with that, this is what our current plan looks like for our Northern Arizona Health Village concept. To orient you from a location perspective, you'll see kind of in the middle of the screen, the 17 running north-south. We have about 188 acres of land directly north and east of the park. You can see Fort Tuthill Regional Park here off to the left. And then you can see a series of buildings leading up to our hospital and ambulatory care center, which is this purple structure that's in the middle of the site. So that the hospital and ambulatory piece is right now projected to be approximately 900,000 square feet of building. It's about 700,000 square feet of hospital space itself, and then 200,000 square feet of more outpatient focused ambulatory surgery center, outpatient imaging, along with a multi-use physician strategy where it becomes kind of a one-stop shop for all kinds of specialties, including cardiac care, neuro care, ortho, rehab, et cetera, along with some primary care. And in addition to the hospital, you'll see to the west of the hospital, which is denoted by zone 5 here, we have about 25 acres specifically set aside to be a wellness village component of it. That wellness retreat area is intended to be more of an untouched forest component to not only give a healing environment for the hospital itself, but to really kind of connect the building to nature. And it was also strategically located in its area to kind of blend in with the park as it heads to the north. So some of the conversations we've had with Lucinda and the team is to make sure that we're providing good traffic access to the park, specifically for when they're having events. But also one of our visions is to be able to connect into the trail system to the park down south of us. So this hospital and ambulatory component of the building will be the first part of the development. It is being developed solely by Northern Arizona Healthcare using our funds, partially cash, partially bond funded through NIH. And then we believe that will be the catalyst for this health village, which will be the remainder of the buildings that you see around it, which will be a phased development of hotel, conference center, retail, residential, and then eventually down in the south, some research and innovation space that we feel will really round out what we think a health village should contain. So you'll see here, this is part of our land use map showing the hospital itself. You can see the 25 acres off to the west that is intended to be not only that wellness retreat portion of it, but also a buffer between the hospital and the park, and also a buffer between the hospital and some other parcels of land that are west of us that are proposed retail pieces or residential components. So a little bit about where we're at right now. As I said earlier, we have submitted our zoning application to the city on April 30th. We have a fairly robust public participation process. Meetings like this are part of that. We're trying to get out into the community and meet with as many, not only community organizations, business organizations, homeowners associations as we can. The city has done a great job of helping guide us on who our key touch points are to get that community feedback. But we really want to get as many people on board with our project and become advocates for us and as early into the process as we possibly can. That's why we're reaching out to groups such as yourselves as early as possible to gain your feedback, and why we started reaching out to teams like Lucinda and others as early as January and February of this year in preparation for this. So to continue on with where we're at from a schedule perspective, along or in tandem with our submission to the city from a planning and zoning perspective, we have started some design work. We're trying not to get the cart ahead of the horse and go very far into the design process until we've received some feedback from groups such as yourselves, and then also received all the feedback we need from Tiffany and her team, and then subsequently planning and zoning and city council. But we do have an architect under contract right now. It's HKS, who's headquartered out of Dallas and has a Phoenix office. They're an internationally renowned healthcare design firm, and they are helping us not only through this planning process, but also to start to really round out our healthcare programming and planning piece of it. We're going to continue over these next few months to meet with community members and continue discussion internally with our frontline workers to really understand and lay out our hospital. And here is some high-level timing and understanding of what we plan on our schedule being for the remainder of this year. This is still a work in progress with the city. These are dates we're hoping to hit, but we understand that we need to kind of keep up our end of the bargain with our community meetings and our work progress. So you can see in March, we were able to hire our architect. We did get our April 30th submission into the city of Flagstaff. We sent out an RFP to some nationally recognized general contractors who have teamed with some local contractors in the Flagstaff market. And we actually interviewed construction companies last Friday to be our general contractor for the hospital work. We have not yet made a decision on that general contractor and plan on having an announcement probably next week or the week after on who the general contracting partner is going to be for our project moving forward. In July, we will be responding to the initial comments that we got back from the city of Flagstaff, and then continuing our public participation meetings and leading up to what we're hoping to be a planning and zoning meeting in October of this year. If we are able to stay on that schedule, we are hoping to be at city council for approval of our zoning entitlements in December, and then move into next year finalizing design and hopefully breaking ground in Q3 of next year. So that's all I had, Mr. Chairman and board. So I will open it up to any questions that anyone has for me.
Okay, Lucinda, you wanted to roll through a couple pieces before we hopped into the board. Is that how I heard that?
Yes, I would appreciate that. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce Julie Lead, who is the principal engineer and owner of Peak Engineering. She serves as a consultant to the county on this effort, helping us both understand, particularly specifically looking at access to the park, traffic impacts regionally, as well as just the whole land development process, and making sure that we understand that as we move, if they move through this process, that we're in alignment with that. So with that, I'd like to give Julie just a couple of minutes to talk a little bit. I think it's important. Julie shared with me earlier today kind of how the city is looking at this relative to traffic in particular and the implications of this project. And I think it's important just to get a little bit of a snapshot of that as we move through this, because we know that we have concerns particularly related to access management with the park, and that traffic in general is going to be there's going to be a lot of discussion around that issue. So I think, and opportunities again relative to that. So I wanted to give Julie just a few minutes to give this kind of high level understanding about the process. So I think that'd be beneficial for the long term. So Julie, I believe she's with us still.
Thank you, Lucinda. Can you hear me and see me okay?
We can.
Again.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Ryan and members of the board. Thanks for the introduction, Lucinda. And we really appreciate the invitation to participate in every other week meetings we've been having with the city and ADOT and NAH. You know, the county does not have review authority, so it really is a courtesy that they have included us. And we're grateful for that opportunity because this is a very complex and very large project. And the focus of these bi-weekly meetings that we've been having are trip generation, really for the traffic study. So when we're talking about traffic engineering, we're talking about the system, like modeling, forecasting, operations like flow and safety. And so the results of the traffic analysis inform the transportation infrastructure design, such as the number of lanes, turning lanes, signals, roundabouts, etc., really inform some of the details of what Steve presented to you. So I want to take a moment and talk about some of the things that I've heard in these meetings related to traffic. So this project is in the very early stage of traffic engineering. In fact, the application that went into the city is the scoping document. It's looking at trip generation based on land use. This is not the actual traffic impact analysis is further on down the road. And to give you an idea of scope, simply that scoping document is about 2 inches thick and a few hundred pages. And what that scoping is trip generation. So trip generation is, an example would be, if you have a restaurant, how many trips, how many people are coming and going from that restaurant? Well, it depends on if it's a drive-through restaurant, if it's a sit-down restaurant, you know, what kind of medical facility is it? Is it an office? Is it an emergency center? So there are many assumptions, very complex. And this is probably one of the largest traffic impact analyses that has been undertaken in our community. They are looking at almost every intersection in Flagstaff. In fact, I heard it, there was discussion at one of our recent meetings about a request from ADOT, who has been actively participating as well, that, you know, as far as doing merge analysis at the traffic interchange of I-40 and Country Club. So the traffic impacts are far reaching in our community. So when we talk about development, it is the developer's responsibility to mitigate those traffic impacts for acceptable levels of service for build out. And a level of service is really just looking at delay. And when they do this, they look at a horizon year, and they, you know, and in this case, and based on the phasing and what Steve described, this is a multi-decade project. And because of that, it is, and the complexity of this traffic, one of the conversations that's happening now is, you know, looking at mitigation at full build out may not make sense right now because there are so many assumptions that go into traffic analyses. And there's conversation about, well, what if you know, the city and ADOT and NAH work together, and this is a staged traffic analysis where we're testing assumptions, and then mitigation can be put into place when appropriate, and those assumptions can be tested. So there's much work to do. So as the traffic analysis looks at trips, we start applying those volumes to the streets. And, you know, as NAH shares this information, that will help us better understand the magnitude of impacts adjacent to the county park. So we can understand the infrastructure. They start looking at distribution, and we can look at, well, what does that mean specifically for Purple Sage, for example, or for the Healthcare Boulevard, I believe it is what it's called, and Beulah and the entrance to the park. So they're not quite there yet. They're still working on figuring out what those numbers are and getting that foundation in place. Almost wrapped up here. Just a couple more highlights that I think that you might be interested in as the board. When we talk about transportation infrastructure, what we have seen and what we've heard from the team, from the NAH team, is that these are complete streets. So in addition to vehicular travel, there will be provisions for sidewalks, bike lanes, trails, drainage infrastructure, and utilities. And then, of course, there have been a lot of discussions about bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. So we're eager to see how NAH builds this into their concept design. So I guess wrapping up, although the county isn't a review authority, we're grateful to have the opportunity to participate in these ongoing traffic discussions. And really, this is building our knowledge so that we can better inform you and our other county park stakeholders.
Great. Thanks for that, Julie. And I think just to add to that, I know Kate's on from NAPTA, but we've also been in discussion with NAPTA about how this is going to impact public transportation, and already starting discussions with Kate and her team about what we can do to make sure that development is successful from that perspective.
And that's great, Steve. I mean, I think we know that the hospital generates, a great deal of trips for the transit system already, and that's that connectivity is really important to many people in the community. Thank you very much, Julie. Appreciate those comments. I think it's important that the board understand that this may well be a phased process relative to transportation, and I think it's going to be important to help the community to understand and residents to understand how how this may well take place. Ultimately, it's the city's decision, but how that process may take place because because of the complexity and everything, we're not going to necessarily have every decision made up front for every single connectivity point to this, including importantly the connectivity to Woody Mountain Road, which is a key piece here, that arterial that's supposed to extend through to Woody Mountain. That's in the current plan for the city. So, and we do, so the board is aware, we maintain Purple Sage Road now. That is a Forest Service road that we maintain and have historically maintained. So that's part of the dynamic here. And then there's also Infantry Way, which is kind of further to the south there from Purple Sage, that serves as an entry point to the park as well. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the chair. Thank you.
And I see Steve popping up. Did you want to make a comment before I went to the board, Steve? Or
no, I'm open for questions.
Oh,
okay.
Steve, good on.
All right, we got two Steves here.
Oh,
Steve. All right.
Sure. Go ahead.
Fantastic. And since it is in District 3, I probably want to hop on it. Start with some comments, but definitely want to. We definitely want to hear from the full board on what they want to talk about as they look at this and offer hopefully informed advice associated with the potential proposal that you have here. I'm going to wear multiple hats here. Sure, I'm the chair of the board right now, Board of Supervisors in this case. In the communities to the south, this is District 3. It's different than previous proposals. Southgate, Bellagio, Montano proposing thousands of houses. Dialogue, there's different speculative dialogue, but generally it's an interest. Although there are these elements that you have, potential impact. How do you mitigate impact associated with the communities? Putting on, a broader regional hat, I've been involved in a lot of regional planning. Lucinda just mentioned the proposed artery that's been in there, and design or implementation that fits into both City of Flagstaff's plans as well as FMPO plans, now Metro Plan. So they are important elements, and so I'm glad that's already a discussion point. How you mitigate what you're doing associated with it. Knowing this community, how we appreciate the outdoors, having one of the very first trails that we're putting in place in the community, that you're coming from a healthcare perspective. You're trying to re-envision your campus. My encouragement is broaden that to how you embrace the foots, the communities adjacent to you, there's synergy associated with health. That we have Fort Tuthill to the south. There is an opportunity with that, but we're concerned, what is the impact to the park? How are we good neighbors with each other? It begs for us looking at a redo a master plan and help, working together with you, if you can help us associated with it. That could be a dialogue point that I'm sure our commissioners on Parks and Rec can provide advice, as well as our broader community related to that. The transit element, NAPTA, where we created NAPTA, work together regionally associated with it. This begs for, you have a whole public service element that plays into your own community, let alone what will happen with the broader community if you proceed and if this moves forward. Service disparities, how we keep that connectivity. So it begs for the Beulah, but broader linkage to the broader system and probably relationship to, what does NAPTA do? What are the implications to the other side of the highway? Ponderosa Trails, as well as the airport related to that. Obviously a good neighbor perspective. So there's traffic, there's transit, there's neighborhood, there's health, there's impact potentially to the park. Design, when you're talking about designing a community, we have kind of grandfather rights, but even so, we produce noise at Fort Tuthill in terms of events. So adjacency of community acknowledgement that already occurs is an aspect associated with it. I'm imagining you're already talking with the airport FAA, but there is that element and impact and flyway, et cetera, concern from community that'll come up. Go ahead, Steve.
I was gonna say, we have met with the Airport Commission, and in addition, we've met with the people responsible for the development in the future next to the airport.
Okay. All right. So with that, I guess I'll bring my comments are outreach to community, so important. The community there's adjacent community, which is very, very important, but it will have a ripple effect in a broader sense that you're suggesting. You want to do workshops, reach out to community, really appreciate that. I definitely want to see engagement from that perspective on that. Let me turn to other board members. Looks like Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and I have to say, Chair Ryan, you pretty much summarized it all. So I really appreciate that. Succinctly, straightforward, and I really thought you did a great job on that. And I would concur with the chair's remarks on that. And I just want to make it very clear my appreciation, Steve and others, for the outreach that you are doing in the community, the outreach you're doing here with Coconino County, Coconino County's involvement in the planning process up front. I really appreciate that. I think it's very important as we move forward. Obviously Flagstaff is the seat of our county government, and you all play such an important role throughout this whole county, healthcare, hospital care. I love the fact that you're doing a healthy healthcare village and the village concept to incorporate the Coconino County, really all of Northern Arizona. And I want to commend you on that. because I really do think that Chair Ryan really summarized it all very, very well. I'll just underscore that we can see the interface with Fort Tuthill. I think this could be a tremendous opportunity for the development and for the county to really work in partnership together to really have full use and resources to be provided to Fort Tuthill. I think it'd be a great interface with your new development. And hopefully we can be a partner in that and come up with some very creative opportunities as we move forward, and the use of our public spaces and our park spaces, because obviously it's those types of areas, as you note, that makes a healthy and livable community. So thank you. I look forward to future partnerships with you, especially with regards to Fort Tuthill, and also obviously the bus route and NAPTA and transportation and everything that the chair has already outlined. So thank you. And thank you so much for coming and bringing this forward to us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate it. And really thank you for taking that extra effort to reach out early to the community and really get feedback. It looks like a really impressive plan and could be a definite asset to the region. And so really exciting to see how that moves forward, especially looking forward to the collaboration with not only the county, but other entities in the region to help make this a success. I did have one question about times for EMS service, because a lot of my district is on the east side of town, and moving the hospital from downtown, basically north downtown, southward. How is that? Have you taken into account yet service times for EMS for emergencies now that you're planning to move south?
Yeah, so we haven't finalized all that. There were some EMS time studies that were done earlier on in the development. NAH actually is the owner of Guardian Air and Guardian Ground Transport. So we will continue to work with them to make sure those travel times are adequate, and see if we have to make any changes to where their hubs are to make sure that we can keep those travel times adequate.
Great, thank you. And then the other thing I just wanted to point out is I really look forward to working with you with NAPTA moving forward to create some public transportation, because currently where the hospital is at, it's a nice central location and there's plenty of public transit there. And so I'm looking forward to that collaboration to see how we can make sure we get quality public transportation for our community to your new center.
Yeah, agreed. And we'll continue to stay in touch with Kate. I think we kicked off discussion with her maybe 3 weeks ago, and we've already had a couple of back and forths about what's possible to do and what's the best way to get us there, in conjunction with some of our neighbors, including the airport and the park, and really what that part of town is going to need from a public transportation perspective.
Great, thank you. Look forward to seeing how this project develops.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Fowler. Dana?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the presentation. This is the second time I've was able to listen to it. I listened to it when you were presenting to our P&Z, or Parks and Recreation Commission, actually. What's been brought up is very true. I live in Tuba City, not too far from the hospital. And so the air transportation is pretty loud when it comes to, during the pandemic, it was at times like living in a war zone, and that's what right here where this development is going to be. You are the main hospital for the whole county. So with that in mind, I'd like to, and I'm sure this is within the plans, but I just need to say it, is to present to all the neighboring tribes. I believe these are you are the referral center. From here, it goes down to Phoenix and elsewhere. And I can help you with that if you want. or anybody else that you're working with. But I'm sure all the supervisors here are willing to assist you in any of those contacts. But you already have a network with all the hospitals that you're working with. Now, then, tribes have their own health departments. They also have their own, and their own, committees that they have to go through. And I'm sure you're aware of that, or someone within the FMC is aware of that. And then we have our other referral centers from like Banner Health and these other outlying smaller hospitals. So that might be something for you to consider. And I'm just wondering too, the impact, the relationship that, which you're already reaching out, which is really good, relationship between the our our park and the hospital complex that you're building. How is that going to work? And then the trail systems that are in place right now as well. So those would be the main ideas, or main things that I like to bring up for now. And I look forward to having any more input that I might be able to have in the future.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you for that. And Vice Chair Frank Adamo from our communications team is on with us. We do have a communications plan put together. It does take into consideration that referral network you speak of and tribal outreach, but I'd love to touch base with you offline at this meeting and go through what our plans are and who we intended to touch base with, and maybe you could help us round that communication plan out.
I can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Piquet. Judy. Okay, Supervisor Piquet will be coming on, but you can see it geographically, but just to point out, you have unincorporated communities of Pinedale, Mountaindale. You have the city splits that are just north of Todd Hill, properties there, as well as University Heights, Highlands, and Ponderosa Trails that I'm sure you are giving consideration, but they definitely are those closer neighbors that I hope you put together. Would really want you to put together a good outreach communication approach to those communities if you could.
Yeah, thank you for that. And we are cognizant of it and have reached out to the leaders of all the homeowners associations around the community and already started conducting both daytime and evening time community forums to give those residents an ability to see our plans and raise their concerns.
Okay. Fantastic. That's good. So Supervisor Begay. Okay, without that response at this point, any final comments, Patrice?
And this may be, you'll be leaving District 1. Sorry to see you go eventually, and moving into District 3. This may be way down the line, but have there been discussions on, as you start moving into your new campus, what you are going to do with your current campus?
Yes, and I think that's a fair question and fair approach. It is quite a ways down the line. We don't think we'll be out of the existing FMC campus until sometime in 2027. And then there could be some potential for redevelopment there that could put us out another 2 or 3 years past 2027. So we aren't certain of our plans. I think the things that we can say and commit to is that we are committed to a redevelopment of that land that is beneficial to the city of Flagstaff and the community. One of the discussions we've already had with the city of Flagstaff is that they're kicking off an amendment to their general plan process in 2022 through 2025, which will be while we're in construction on our new hospital. And we've told them that we would like to participate in that general plan process. to see what the results that come out of that are that could potentially point us in the right direction for what redevelopment looks like at the existing FMC campus.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, I saw Supervisor Begay. Judy, any comments?
Yes, thank you, Steve, and your staff and others that are doing this presentation. It's very informative, and I'm so thankful that you're out there and informing and including the constituents out there that will actually be using the facilities and in that area. So a lot has been said in regard from other Board of Supervisors, and I totally agree with the comments that were made. And I just want to say thank you again. And it's good that, out of courtesy, you have presented this presentation to our board. I just want to say thank you.
Appreciate that.
All right. Any last comments, Lucinda?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm, pleased. I think this is a good starting point in terms of communication and engagement, and looking forward to continuing to work with Steve and his team, on this effort. So thank you.
And Steve Ice, in this case, any last comments that you want?
No, I appreciate everyone's time. I think I'm happy to hear the feedback and comments that you all had. I'm happy to hear that it sounds like right now we're taking the right approach and have the right things in focus. And we know we have a lot of community outreach and work ahead of us. And we look forward to continue to work with our partners to make this project great for everybody.
And fantastic. Really appreciate it. One last one is, don't forget dark skies. I know your campus was designed well.
We have a bringing a dark skies consultant onto our team to make sure that we meet the requirements.
Good. Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And so I'm going to move us on quickly. Just my apologies if I'm moving quickly for people, but we need to stay to schedule. We're a little off. The next item that we have is a presentation provided by APS regarding their efforts to prevent and prepare for and respond to wildfires. And so in this case, it looks like I'm turning to Lucinda again.
Yep, thank you, Chair and board members. I'm pleased to introduce Arizona Public Service representatives with us this evening, including Neil Traver and Janet Dean. They requested an opportunity to come share with you what APS is doing, both with their facilities to reduce the potential for igniting wildfires, as well as other preventive measures that they're taking, the level of effort that they're investing to protect our communities and our wild, our forested areas and so forth. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Neil. So thank you for joining us tonight, Janet and Neil.
Well, Lucinda, thank you very much for letting us be a part of this meeting today. And I want to say specifically thank you to the chair, vice chair, and the supervisors. It's great to be here. And I think a few weeks ago, we had the opportunity to meet via phone, but now we actually get to see each other face to face. And it's great to get to know you guys. And I will say just real quick before I get going, I'm extremely jealous. It seems like Coconino County supervisors have the best backgrounds for Zoom meetings. They're absolutely beautiful. I don't know how you got them all, but I don't know if you got someone on staff that's taking gorgeous pictures, but they're great. So let me go ahead and get started. Again, my name is Neil Traver. I'm the division manager for Northeastern Arizona for the distribution side of the system, so the line side of the business. You guys probably all know or recall working with John Harrow in the past. John Harrow, fantastic individual. I absolutely love him. He was my leader for the last several years, and he recently stepped into a new role in APS. And I was promoted into the position that he had before, and I'm excited to be there, and I'm excited to be connected to Coconino County and work with you guys into the future. So I'll just introduce myself just briefly to that. And then of course I have Janet Dean on the phone with me. Janet Dean is our community affairs manager. She's fantastic. I think you all already know her and work with her. And she's one of my favorite people to work with at APS. She's always very helpful, and Janet and I work together well, and we have worked together well for many years. And I look forward to continue to have that relationship with her. But just real quick, I'll try and keep this brief to try and help you guys get a little bit on track. So today we're here to talk about fire mitigation and what APS is doing to ensure that we are part of the community in ensuring that we don't have wildfires. So we have an integrated fire mitigation protocol program. And what we have is we work year round to ensure that our system is in the safest and most reliable manner it can be, to ensure that we do everything we can to not start a fire. Of course, being in Coconino County, this absolutely beautiful county which we are a part of, we have the most beautiful forest in the world, it seems, and we don't want any part of having any of that burned up. And so APS, again, we work year round to ensure that our equipment is in great shape. Some of the things that we do, we have vegetation management. What does that mean? We actually do foot patrols along our lines annually to ensure that there's no vegetation that's going to come into contact with our power lines. We do both mechanical and herbicidal treatment in our rights of way to take care of the vegetation issues. We have a program we call defensible space around our poles. What that means is on all the equipment on all the poles that are throughout the forest, we go out and do assessment, and then we clean the base of the pole at a 10-foot area, a 10-foot radius around those poles to bare ground, just in case there happened to be something, come up and make contact with our lines or make contact with the equipment on the pole, and sparks were to fall, that would fall to bare dirt. We also do a significant amount of line patrol and safety patrols. We patrol over 4,500 miles of line annually, via drones, via driving, walking, on foot, to absolutely ensure that we are looking at and seeing every single piece of equipment that we have out there, and that it's in good repair so that we don't have a potential for a fire start. We also have an operational protocol, which I think you guys have probably heard before, where we modify our system so where it's a very sensitive system. We have devices on the lines that can sense faults. And those devices would normally, if it senses a fault, it could try and re-energize the line. And it would try that up to 3 times. Well, we proactively during fire season, which we're in right now, we go and we turn those devices off so that if there was a fault on the line, the device would automatically turn the power off until we can put boots on the ground and absolutely make sure that we don't have anything that's going to potentially create a spark. So hypothetically, and it sounds crazy, but it does happen. Big windstorm come up and catch the neighbor's trampoline or the metal roof off of their shed, blows it up into the power lines. That power is going to turn off very, very rapidly, and it'll stay off until we can get out and either make a repair or ensure that it's not going to cause any sparks or fire into the system. That means that also that there's a potential during fire season that an outage may last a little bit longer. Instead of it being just a real quick blip on the radar, so to speak, what we call a momentary, a quick blip off and on of the lights, the power may be out for an hour, 2 hours while we get out and make certain, absolutely certain, before we turn the power on, that we're not going to have the potential for sparks on the ground. We've shared this message with just about everybody in northern Arizona, and it's been well received. The conversation is always, well, we'd rather be out of power for a couple hours and make sure we still have our forests and our homes. And I think APS is very much so supportive of that. Everyone we've talked to is very supportive of that. Is a little bit of an inconvenience? It is, but it's definitely the right answer. And we want to make sure that everyone understands that safety is number one, most important thing for us. And reliability is also very important. And that's why we've taken these steps. Again, the last piece of this protocol that we have is the customer outreach. And that's what we're doing right now. We're out here sharing our information with the community so that you guys are aware. If people ask you questions, you can refer them to Janet or myself, and we can share more details. Or you can let them know APS is in a new operational protocol. And we're in it right now. We went into it just a few weeks ago where we've modified our operations, and we'll probably be into it. And my guess is it's sometime in September. We don't make those decisions in a vacuum on when we come back out of those protocols. and go back to a normal operation. We work with our national forests. We work with the local fire service departments. We work with a lot of folks so that we're not making that decision in a silo. And it's so very important for us. Also, for anybody who's on one of our distribution lines that has this operational protocol modified, we send them out a little postcard and a letter letting them know, hey, during this time, there's a potential that your power may be out a little longer than normal, while we ensure that we have no potential for starting a fire out in the forest. And again, it's been very well received. I think everyone's been very complimentary to APS for actually putting this protocol into place, and we're actually very excited about it. Again, we think it's the right thing to do, and I think everyone we've talked to also believes it's the right thing to do. What I would like to do now is I'm just going to stop talking, and I'm going to turn it over to you guys for any questions you may have to me.
All right, let's go to the board. And actually, thank you, for providing the presentation. And one piece, I'll go ahead and step into it for a minute. I know you did visit with individual board members. Not sure if you saw everybody, so there was an opportunity to get additional background. Again, encourage continued participation as a partner. With what we've done with our community wildfire protection projects and plans. The wildland urban interface obviously is a key piece, but you're out there in the greater forest as well, so that plays into the forefront. And how you work together with our restoration efforts is always important, that we're all working together as partners associated with that. So continued interface and working together. And one piece that we can continue to work on is community information. A lot of people moved here that didn't grow up in a fire-based ecosystem, and an understanding of fire is an element of it, but what are safe practices? What can we all do together is a key piece that we continue to work together on. I'll turn to other board members. Any comments from the board? Supervisor Horstman, Patrice?
Yes, and thank you, Neil, and Janet, always good to see you. And yes, I also appreciate the fact you took the time early on to meet with us, some of us newbies, and provide us information. So really think it's so important that you are part of our partnership for wildfire mitigation and safety. 4,500 miles of line, that is a lot of line. And I know occasionally I'll read of a fire that's been sparked by a downed tree, almost even with defensible space. It's almost impossible when you live in the ponderosa pine forest to have that much defensible space for that. So I'm so happy to hear about the fail safes you have in place. And as much as we don't like power interruption, believe me, we'll take that any day over a wildfire. So thank you for your efforts, and great to see both of you.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. Appreciate it.
Lena?
Yes.
Vice Chair Fowler?
Thank you. Hi, Janet. Great to see you. And I noticed that John is leaving. I'm very sorry, but I'm sure he's very excited and maybe probably wants a congratulations. So good to meet you, Neil, and thank you for the presentation. And we know what the power outage is like, huh, Janet? Every time Tuba has a
yes, we do,
outage,
Supervisor.
always communicating and trying to get the information out to the public. I really appreciate that response and being attentive and being very customer service based when it comes to these any kind of power issues that come up. And thank you again for coming, and it's very good for us to know. And Janet, I think we can go to, and Neil, go to some other meetings together to be able to get the word out a little bit further out. So really appreciate the presentation. It is so important, this partnership We rely on you on a daily basis, every second. And it's very good that you and your team are there to help us to provide the information to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Very much so appreciated. And we would love to go and be a partner with you in sharing this message anywhere else you'd like us to go share this message. That sounds great to me.
All right, other board members. Geronimo, Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Congratulations, Neil, on your new post. And I'd like to take the moment to thank John Haro for his service on Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council. He was chair, so we're going to miss him, but excited for his new opportunities. And so thank you, John, for your service. And then I'm just glad to hear about the APS efforts for fire mitigation and making sure that we don't have a repeat of something that's happened in Northern California. And so it's really heartening to hear your efforts and look forward to future collaborations, especially with Forefry and some of our forest mitigation efforts and fire mitigation efforts to just keep us safe, especially during this high fire season. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I appreciate the kind words, and I'll pass that along to John and let him know that he's not allowed to leave the board yet.
That's right. I'm sitting here trying to remember. I know I saw we needed to remove him off the council, accept his resignation, so to speak. But maybe we just reject that, right? But really appreciate it. Judy, Supervisor McKay.
I think
Yes,
we need to have him stay on.
For some reason, I'm dropping my calls every so many minutes. So I just want to say thank you to Dean, Neil, and also Janet for the presentation. I'm really glad that you have all these programs to ensure safety for our communities that you serve, and also there's a lot of customer communication that is going on. So
See, there we go. Looks like we froze up there. There we go, Judy.
So anyway, I just want to finish up and thank you very much for your presentation.
All right. Any last comments, Janet?
No, just thank you very much again for letting me be here. And I really, really do look forward to working with you. And actually, I'm a real in-person kind of guy. So I can't wait till the day we can get together and shake hands and talk face to face and actually be together individually. And I really look forward to working with each of you. I sincerely do.
Well, that time's about here. Now everybody else out there, get your vaccinations. We just definitely want things to work here. All right, appreciate it. Well, with that, for the sake of the board and staff, we need an opportunity to take a break for our quick dinner. We need to be back here at 6 o'clock. So I'll adjourn this special session, and then we'll have our regular session start up at 6 o'clock.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
I can hear you, Supervisor Begay.
Hi,
Thank
Judy.
you.
Time flies when you're having fun. All right. Item 5. So, how are we doing out there? It looks like we have Judy on phone. Judy was wrestling with electronic connection, so she's connected telephonically. I see Patrice out there. And then, let's see. Are you out there, Lena? I see your tag. Oh. Okay, it's 6 o'clock. Yeah. Did you know this meeting's being recorded? I just want to let you all know. That's wonderful. So we can continue. All right. So I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And this is our regular session of today's June 8th, 2021. And to start off our meeting, first is call to order. Then I'll reach out to each of the supervisors just to say hello. So District 1, Supervisor Horstman, Patrice.
Good morning, or no, it's afternoon. No, it's evening. No, where are we? What time of day is it? No, it's, yes, I am, District 1 is here, contrary to the way I sound, and looking forward to being with the supervisors tonight for our board meeting, and welcome members of the public and staff who are joining us.
All right. Must have been all those pastries. All right.
You're just mad because I didn't save you in.
That's right. So District 2, Geronimo, Supervisor Vasquez.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the meeting. I'm happy to be here, and I look forward to having a good meeting with everyone. So thank you, everyone who's participating and public that is here with us. Thank you.
Oh, looks like you're on Kachina Trail up on the peaks there too. All right. And then let's see, District 4, we have Supervisor Piquet. Judy.
Good afternoon, or good evening, everyone. I'm glad that we're all here together, and we have a lot on our agenda tonight. And I just want to welcome everyone that's on the phone with us or through Zoom, and all the staff that are participating, and of course the board members, and also our county manager. Welcome, everyone.
And then, all right, thank you, Judy. And then we have our vice chair, District 5 representative, Supervisor Fowler. Lena.
Okay, welcome to our meeting, and we have a good agenda and look forward to going through and having a good discussion on several of them. Thanks so much.
Yeah, the big one is we have the budget tonight, at least tentative. Okay, so next item of business is Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. So could everybody please rise and join me, those that have the ability to rise, and face to the east if you don't have a flag to look at. Usually we post one, there it is. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, fantastic. So next item of business is call to the public. Call to the public is a courtesy that the board provides to offer an opportunity for members of the public to bring an item to our attention that is not on our agenda. And so I believe I have Colleen out there. And so Colleen, can you explain how people might participate in the call to the public?
Yeah, Ryan, that's actually going to be me tonight.
You guys switched on me, huh? Okay.
Colleen's streaming behind the scenes, so
all right.
I told her I would do the public comment portion. So we do have an icon at the bottom of the screen that's a hand. And if anyone would like to do a public comment for this meeting, you can just click on that raise hand button and we will see your hand raised and then we can go ahead and call on you. I do have somebody on the phone in the meeting, so obviously we can't see if a hand is raised for them. So what I can do is allow them to talk. And then if they would like to speak, they can press *6 to unmute themselves, but they don't have to talk if they don't want to. So just a heads up on that.
Okay. So I'm not seeing any hands waved. Do we have anybody on the phone that pressed *6 out there? Okay, not hearing any. Okay, looks like that's what you're seeing also, Lindsay?
That's correct. There are no hands raised and we do not have any emails in our inbox for board comments at this time.
Okay, so with that, I'll go ahead and close this portion of call to the public. And we will go through different hearings and provide the opportunity as it relates to those hearings. So we'll move on to the next item. And item number 5 is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating June 21st through June 25th, 2021 as Cultural Diversity Week, which is a great opportunity to celebrate. And as I understand, we have our Human Resources panelists, Carol and Kid, to help with introducing this. And am I correct? This will also be a video? I know we have 2 different proclamations.
Yes, that is correct. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Welcome.
Yes,
Carolyn.
welcome. That is correct. But I do have Mary Tinkelberg, the Assistant Human Resource Director here. So she is going to introduce it, and then I will go ahead with the proclamation, and it is recorded. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, Mary, I left you out. I'm so sorry, Mary.
Oh, no worries. Good evening.
Good
Thank
evening.
you, Chair Ryan and Supervisors. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. So as he mentioned, June 21st to the 25th is Cultural Diversity Week. We do have a diversity planning team who has put together many activities for the employees, which will be virtually available. That'll be introduced in the Connect and through our intranet and flyers. So upcoming events for that week, we have discussions on travels from afar, such as like Iceland, Newfoundland, and Canada. We have book clubs that'll be taking place for employees. We have lunch and learns. We have the American Peace Corps, music and dance, just to mention a few of the highlights. So special thanks, of course, to our adversity councils. The members there help to organize these events and usually participate as well. And then we have our own cross-department diversity planning team. So that makeup is, our chair is Carol Kidd from Human Resources. And we also have Alicia Henry, who's from the Recorder's Office, Kellyanne Martinez from the Flagstaff Justice Court, Jeannie Sablon from Human Resources, Julian Wolf, who's with the Board of Supervisors, Mary Cedillo, the County Attorney's Office, Amanda Atchison, Community Development, Kengata Kalin from the Clerk of the Superior Court, and we have Brian Miller from Information Technology, Martha Johnson, Community Development, and Erica Shaw from the County Manager's Office. So thank you for the opportunity to introduce that upcoming week. And now I'll turn it over to Carol Kidd, the chair of the Diversity Committee, to share the proclamation. Thank you.
You're on mute, Carol.
Oh, yes, I forgot. County
Sorry.
Manager Steve Peru said this morning, that's one of the things that we use a lot. You're on mute. All right, so let me go ahead and share my screen here. Okay. Are you seeing my screen?
No, we do not. Not yet.
No? Okay. We'll try it again. Am I supposed to get some permission to share the screen? Because I am sharing it.
Okay.
The,
We're gonna,
I'm seeing the number 2 on there like I'm sharing it, but you guys are not seeing it.
there it is. It's
okay.
going.
It's coming. There it is.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
go ahead and start it over again.
Great.
Chair, Vice Chair, Board of Supervisors, elected official, county manager, directors, advisory council members, fellow employees, and citizens. Good evening. On behalf of the diversity team, I want to express my deepest gratitude and humility to be a part of Coconino's county's diversity initiatives. For those who have participated, moderated, hosted, or facilitated in our Lunch and Learn sessions over the past year, I want to say a special thanks for assisting in the creation of a safe space for awareness, learning, sharing, caring, difficult conversations, introspection, and forgiveness, as we could not have done it without you. June is a very special month as Coconino County celebrates diversity in all forms and all levels throughout our community during Diversity Week. The following events and groups are also sharing June as a milestone month, such as African American Music Appreciation Month, Black Lives Matter Month, Pride Month, National Caribbean American Month, and National PTSD Awareness Month. Today, I am very excited to share this platform with Amanda Atchison, Alicia Henry, Jeannie Sablon, Kingata Carlin, Martha Johnson, and Mary Cedillo, who are also part of the diversity planning team, as we read the following paragraphs for consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating June 21st to June 25th, 2021 as Cultural Diversity Week. And I read, whereas Coconino County welcomes, respects, and celebrates people of all races, ethnicity, religion, national origin, heritage, ages, gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, physical and mental circumstances, veteran status, learning style, socioeconomic status, worldview, culture, traditions, exceptionalities, and geographical area. And
whereas Coconino County collaborates with the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Council, Hispanic Advisory Council, African Diaspora Advisory Council, and a variety of community partners on cultural initiatives promoting our collective values of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion through a variety of educational events and celebrations to continuously encourage awareness and understanding. And
whereas Coconino County employees formed the Diversity Committee in 2014 as a group of diverse individuals from across the county, serving as a voice for employees to advocate for an inclusive and equitable work environment where every employee feels valued and safe. And
whereas Coconino County is committed to being an organization where employees are encouraged to use their unique experiences and backgrounds, where ideas are heard, and where we advance a culture of inclusion daily to meet the needs of our employees and community. Our vision is for individuals to feel a deep sense of belonging, purpose, and value. And
Whereas in 2017, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors acted to unequivocally condemn any racial propaganda, hate-motivated crimes, advocacy of racial supremacy, religious, sexual orientation, or cultural discrimination. Resolution 2017-50. And
whereas Coconino County is a place where residents participate in community outreach, engagement, authentic collaboration that empowers individuals and fosters a society that condemns racism, misogyny, intolerance, discrimination, or oppression toward any person or groups of persons.
Whereas, as elected officials and as an organization, Coconino County continues to collaborate in finding new and creative ways to achieving goals more successfully, fulfilling our first responsibilities to keep our residents healthy in a clean and safe community, working together to systematically assess approaches to conduct public service remotely, expanding our established capabilities in this new reality, while eliminating barriers so every person can be fully involved from a technological, legal, and cultural perspective.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that in the spirit of celebration of diversity and honoring contributions
from many diverse cultures of individuals in the past and present,
we hereby proclaim June 21st through June 25th, 2021, Coconino County Cultural Diversity Week.
And commit to support, participate, and help expand inclusive conversations
in support of a community that is free of oppression, hate, and persecution.
Wow, well done. I need a motion to approve the proclamation. Go ahead, Supervisor Horstman, Patrice.
I so move with great honor to move this proclamation, and thank you all who were present and part of this to celebrate our great diversity here in Coconino County.
I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
And just, all right, fantastic. And just comments, I mean, that absolutely was a we. I love how you put that together, and just powerful words that we have here, but just not words, it's action, involvement, so critical. Any other comments from board members?
I'd like to just say thank you for the great presentation, and just want to reiterate the need and the desire to acknowledge and recognize all the diversity in our county, and through our efforts with diversity, inclusion, and equity, as we're looking at all different aspects that we've been talking about, how to include that in our strategic planning moving forward. So I'm really excited to see this proclamation, and just want to say thank you for all your hard work. Thank you.
All right. Others? Oh, looks like I have Supervisor Fowler up there. Go ahead, Lena.
Yes, thank you. Just want to take the creative way of putting the video together. That's one thing that's really nice about Zoom, having people involved and putting the videos together. That's really nice. And just really recognizing the county as a place for all, and that everyone's different, beliefs are different, and lifestyles are different, and we just have to respect each other. So thank you so much.
All right. Supervisor Begay, Judy.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment here. I think, this is long overdue, a proclamation really designating a time, date for cultural diversity. And I think we really need to ensure that there's no more condemning of racism and also discrimination or oppression toward anyone, regardless of race, color, or whatever. So I just want to say thank you for bringing this forth to the board for consideration, and also to
adopt it and also to move forward. And we need to, it talks about diversity, and I think we need to be all inclusive. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Well, Carolyn, well done, and thank you very much. And we look forward to all the activities that Mary outlined throughout the week associated with this. So, but it goes beyond the week, but so important that we pause for those activities as well. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next item that we have is item number 5A, and this is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating the month of 2021 as Pride Month. And as I understand, we'll have a video with this one as well. And we have District 1 Director Julian Wolf, who will be reading the proclamation and lining us up. So, oh, there you are, Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, County Manager Peru. Thank you so much for taking the time to recognize June as Pride Month. We are very excited to be doing this for the first time here in Coconino County. I'm going to be playing a video of the members of the Board of Directors for Northern Arizona's Pride Association, who were generous enough to read this proclamation for us. And I want to highlight Northern Arizona Pride Association's mission and their commitment to our community, which is to educate, celebrate, and increase awareness and acceptance of the LGBTQ plus community in Flagstaff and across all of Northern Arizona. So I really appreciate their time and willingness to participate in this reading of the proclamation. So I will share my screen and you can hear from them. Are you able to see that, Mr. Chair?
I saw it pop up. I think it's there. If you start it, I'm seeing a black, but it says Pride Month 2021
Okay.
proclamation.
Perfect, there we go.
Coconino County proclamation designating June 2021 as Pride Month. Whereas the battle for dignity, equity, and personal safety for the lesbian, gay, bisexual, queer, and transgender people continues and is reflected in the tireless commitment of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community, as well as dedicated advocates and allies who strive to forge more inclusive society committed to the nation's premise of equality, liberty, and justice for all.
Whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for Coconino County's LGBTQ plus community and is an opportunity to act and engage in a dialogue to strengthen alliances, build inclusive and diverse communities, and advance equal rights. And whereas the rainbow flag is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for LGBTQ plus individuals in society.
Whereas LGBTQ plus individuals have greatly contributed to the cultural, civic, and economic success of our community and our country.
Whereas Coconino County stands in solidarity with the LGBTQ community in supporting inclusiveness, diversity, dignity, and equality for all in our ongoing struggle against injustice and discrimination. Whereas, while society at large increasingly supports LGBTQ equity, LGBTQ individuals in our local communities face hate, violence, and discrimination simply for being who they are and for who they love, and there remains much work to do to extend the promise of our country to every person. And
whereas on June 26, 2015, the landmark Supreme Court decision of Obergefell versus Hodges found that the 14th Amendment guarantees merit equality in across the land was a historic victory for the LGBTQ plus individuals and continues to affirm our belief that we are all freer when we are treated as equals. And
whereas President Bill Clinton on June 2nd, 2000 declared June Gay and Lesbian Pride Month to commemorate the June 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Lower Manhattan, and on June 1st, 2009, President Barack Obama expanded the commemoration further by declaring June to be Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Pride Month, and President Joseph Biden Jr. on June 1st, 2021, proclaimed June as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on the 8th day of June 2021, Coconino County does hereby proclaim June 2021 as Pride Month and celebrates the great diversity of our community and our commitment to eliminate prejudice and discrimination.
All right, well done. And I need a motion, and I'm going to turn to Patrice first here. Patrice?
And I'd again be honored to make that motion. And can I make a comment before that motion, please?
Oh, please.
All right. And, you know, certainly as recognized by President Biden, and quite frankly, the United States and the numerous states and municipalities, the uprising of Stonewall sparked a liberation movement, a call of action to live up to our nation's promise of equality, liberty, justice for all. June is Pride Month. It is a time of celebration of the trailblazers that paved the way and our continued commitment to fight for full equality and inclusion for all members of our community and our country. So with that, it is my great honor to move the proclamation declaring June 2021 as Pride Month.
All right. I have a motion and I need a second.
Second.
And I have a second by Vice Chair Fowler. And then I'll call for the motion, then we'll make comments also. Okay, all in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. And then we'll step into comments. And I don't think they're Supervisor Horstman's only comments. But you know, I first and foremost, I want to just note your leadership and appreciation for that, Supervisor Horstman, Patrice. But not, and I love the flags, by the way. But this is what we say we're about: is inclusion. You know, diversity, equity, inclusion. It's so important. Human dignity, tolerance. It's you need to practice it. It is who we are. That's who we want to be. We are. And so our first proclamation in celebration, and now this one, absolutely love that we have them, and want to thank everybody for the leadership and the reading of the proclamations. Turn to other supervisors. Supervisor Horstman, do you want to go first or you want to follow up?
Well, I'll be happy to just real quickly also thank Julian Wolf for his leadership on this and going out and getting the proclamation read by the Pride Committee. So I want to thank Julian for all of his hard work. And, you know, Coconino County is absolutely enriched by our diversity. What I love about our community is that we do celebrate this diversity really on a daily basis. And it really makes us unique as a county, it makes us unique as a community. And I am so proud to be a part of that. So with that, I want to thank you and Carol Kinn for your group and for everybody's reading of your proclamation, and Julian for all of your great help on this. So you further what enriches and makes us such a great community. So thank you both. And with that, I don't really think I have anything more to say, but I'm sure I will as the meeting goes on.
You will, absolutely, which is great. And yes, thank you, Julian. Well done. Other supervisors.
Sure, I'd just like to say thank you for everybody for all their hard work and the leadership that went into this proclamation, and just appreciate the acceptance and the inclusion for all people, and striving for equity and inclusion among all the different diversity of our county. So again, thank you.
Another very strong advocate also, Supervisor Vasquez, joining our members of the board. Wonderful. Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Well, this year is important, seems like more important than ever to really make a statement on the racial inequity based on color of people, based on just the difference between people. And I think it's important in that sense for our county to state our values and the principles that we live by, and just how we are happy to be very different from each other and still appreciate each other, be able to work together and live together and plan together. And basically that's what government is all about, is for everyone to be able to be at the same table and to be able to make decisions and have respect for each other. And so these proclamations, we don't make them lightly. They are, we think about them, and we want to make sure that we live by them, and we call upon all communities, all residents of Coconino County and throughout the country to do the same, and the world. We will be in a better place if we were to all do that. So
Absolutely.
make that statement, and I really appreciate our staff for bringing these forward and everyone advocating for not just the pride or racial or doesn't matter. We are all working together. We all live on Mother Earth, and we all need to be able to work together and live together. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, I was going to say some things, but some other supervisors mentioned that. But just what the area I would like to mention is that we as individuals, we all need to feel a sense of belonging and the purpose and be valued. And I think that's very important because without that, we will be we wouldn't be able to work together, and also we would be able to work together. But anyway, I just want to say that we should all be valued and also have a sense of belonging and have a sense of purpose, to ensure that they were free from oppression and hate crimes and other things. So I just want to thank Julian and the staff for bringing this forward to us for consideration and, the approval. So thank you, everyone.
All right. Well done. And this is just it's not a beginning, but it's a great resolution. And it's, again, it's not just words, it's practice every day. So thank you, everybody, for all the great work on this. Next item, we need to move on in our agenda. So the next item that we have is we are now moving into tentative budget adoption. And that starts with item number 6. And I will turn to our county manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Before we start the slideshow, I want to make some comments regarding the budget. But also tonight's agenda is you'll be doing a lot of motioning in and out of districts. So there are a lot of different districts. So the first 2 items we're doing, 6, 7, you'll be doing it as the board of supervisors. And then from there, you'll be resolving in and out of various districts. So
well, actually, Steve, we for this one, we get to consolidate.
Oh, we do it? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, that's very efficient.
Yeah.
Times have changed in 10 years since I've been here. Way to go, Siri. And to Lindsay. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, the action tonight that you're being asked to consider is adoption of the tentative budget in the amount of $276,633,204. Now, that is a noticeably larger amount than we have historically adopted in the past. For example, last fiscal year, I believe the budget was currently 191 million. Prior to that, 198 million. Prior to that, 182 million. And so our historic all funds expenditure budget has been lower. So let me make a few comments regarding the difference. At this time last year, the county was, of course, facing a 30% drop in sales tax for the past 2 months. So things looked very, very bleak. At that time, we did not know what the bottom was going to be. And so with that, then County Manager Jimmy Jane, on recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, did a number of things that we, of course, were needed in order to manage the budget realities at that time. So again, at that time, we did not know what the bottom was going to be. And as a result, the county took a very conservative approach to the fiscal year 21 budget. Again, not knowing what the bottom was going to be with regard to revenue loss. So that was, of course, one of the reasons that we have a different size budget today than we did last year, or this fiscal year compared to last. Second, as a result of what was occurring with COVID-19, from a public health standpoint, of course, the county being the public health authority, we were taking a lot of different measures in order to deal with what was very unknown at that time with regard to COVID. At the same time, we were also relocating or remoting a good majority of our employees, and so considerable expenses were expended at that time for that purpose. At the same time, we were also caring for our community. An example of the caring for our community was the care and the support needed to care for many unsheltered community members. And at that time, you'll recall, for those of you that were in the board, the investment at that time was exceeding $300,000 a month in sheltering some of our community members. All the while, we were also standing up testing. We were transitioning at some point during the year to vaccinations. And one of the reports I saw throughout the year is when we look at our COVID health investment only, has exceeded $8 million this year. Now, with that, of course, we have grants, we've had reimbursements, but at that time we did not know what that was going to look like, and so it was a very big unknown, which of course drove the county to be very conservative in its budget for fiscal year 21. Departments came together. Like all departments, we've always had that experience. We had that experience of the Great Recession, where we all came together and rallied around the mission of being able to continue to provide service, to be, of course, relevant in the minds and the lives of many of our community members. And so many of our departments came to with a lot of different budget savings measures. We also instituted a hiring freeze that is in fact still with us, that it's being lifted as of July 1st. But all of these measures were needed to take place as a result of, again, not knowing what the revenue was going to be, revenue outlook was going to be. Departments alone this past year have identified over $3 million in operational savings that we instituted this year. And of course, and Suri was going to get to that in a minute when we start talking about revenues. They did rebound, but again, this time when we were trying to set the budget for 21, we did not know what that reality was going to be. Other issues that, of course, came to be, again, as I indicated, the county as the public health provider, invested considerable expense or considerable revenues in mitigating and navigating COVID-19, and so that was all on the expense side. With regard to some of the other drivers that's driving the increased budget for this year, as a result of the administration's recently passed the American Rescue Plan, Coconino County is going to be receiving approximately $27 million in funding. Of course, that has to go within our budget ceiling. In addition to that, other federal revenues that may be coming down the pike come in the form of other programs. One of the ones that's most notable is the American Jobs Plan. So we've put in an anticipated amount in for that as well. We have a number of grants that have been coming down the pike through Health and Human Services for COVID mitigation. And so through all of these activities and processes, the tentative budget has to have an upper budget ceiling. And that's a really important piece. It's the budget ceiling that is set at the tentative budget. We cannot adjust that after tonight. From tonight, we go on to setting the final budget later this month. And so again, today's action before you is to provide the tentative budget, which includes that upper ceiling, and again the drivers that that cause that ceiling to be higher than it has been in the past are those things that I just mentioned to you. If we can go to the first slide, Siri, that'd be great, John. So, so the second slide, and then I'm going to turn it over to Siri to take it from here. But if I can go to the next slide. So in several different conversations throughout the last few months, I arrived here on April 5th. And the day I arrived is when we started conversations with the departments on the budget. And of course, 2 weeks of conversations with the budget. And then of course, followed by 2 weeks of conversations with the board. And so you'll all recall that the budget process was probably very unique in that it's not over yet. Some of the big pieces that are yet to be formalized is the role of the American Rescue Plan Act dollars in our budget. Now, at the time we were receiving preliminary information on ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, we did not know a lot of specifics. At that time, though, we were also having budget discussions with departments. And so with that, we were looking at some of the investments that we had received and identifying potential ARPA funding for these investments in the form of service improvement requests. Since that time, we've had additional guidance from the administration and Treasury. And I think it's probably very safe to say that the funds through ARPA are more focused than we probably had when we received the CARES Act earlier this year. And so we've been evaluating the guidance from the ARPA and identifying within the current budget, what are some of those programs that going forward could be justifiably supported with ARPA funding. And I say that because when we look at this year's budget for fiscal year 22, there are several requests that we are still receiving information and confirmation on. One of them, of course, is an important one, are the backlogs within our criminal justice system. The counties are responsible, in addition for public health, for the criminal justice system in the county, substantial investments for all the good work that the courts do. But we also need to be looking at, with the caseload that we have because of COVID, we need to be able to identify how can the ARPA funding be used in that area. Now, we have voiced to the administration through the National Association of Counties the need for this to be looked at. And surprisingly to us and for the good work for the staff here, administration did not realize that there was a need. COVID had a lot of interruptions for a lot of different systems in the private sector, public sector. The justice system was one of those. And so we are providing comments during the open comment period to the Treasury Department on the need for ARPA funding to be applied or directed towards the criminal justice system. And so when we get that confirmation, then we'll be able, of course, to look at some of the service improvement requests that have come to us and basically release those SIRs to be covered by the ARPA funding. However, in the case where we may not be able to, we are then looking at all of our programs to identify what could be some of the programs that we currently provide and will be providing this fiscal year that could be covered under ARPA. And basically, if you will, switching the revenue to an alternative source from the general fund to ARPA. And so that really provides the opportunity to identify and create some capacity to maximize the use of those funds within the county organization. The second part of ARPA, of course, is how we work with the community at large. And you'll all recall that for the last several weeks, we've been before the board to provide a framework that we continue to build on each time we come before you. And so in the near future, we'll be identifying with the ARPA guidance some of the programs that we would be then looking to the community through community partners to execute and to implement. And so again, that's part of the work that's going on with regard to the ARPA funding. And so I want to mention all this because when we look at the slide here, the fiscal year 21 budget continuation, of course, for fiscal year beginning on July 1st, we have to have a budget to operate from. And so my recommendation a few weeks ago to you all was that we would be basically rolling all of the fiscal year 21 budgets to fiscal year 22 for those departments where we did have some good conversations on some of the service improvement requests to continue serving the public. We will be basically making some of those adjustments and releasing some of those service improvement requests when we have additional guidance on the use of the ARPA funding. And so again, looking at the investments in a lot of different areas of the county, as I indicated, with the justice system, also with the public health system. There are a lot of grants, but just not just because, but while the COVID trends are getting better, we have not ended the public health emergency, and we are still under that. We will be prepared, hopefully not, but we would be prepared to ramp back up again if we needed to. And so having the additional budget capacity that comes in the forms of grants to the county is important in that regard. So that covers that first bullet of the fiscal year 21 budget continuation, rolling the 21 budgets to 22, and then making adjustments to the increments of the service improvement requests as we get more guidance on the use of those ARP funds. In addition to that, of course, looking at our workforce, this current fiscal year, county employees did not have any adjustments to compensation. And so this year we have built into the budget a 3% market increase for our team. And then finally, as I indicated, some flexibility for continued adjustments, as I indicated, for the ARPA funding and some of the expenses or some of the investments that will be coming from that. And then also when we look at, as I indicated, the budget service requests that we've received this year, as we get more guidance, we'll be able to release those to the departments. Before I conclude, and I'm going to turn it over to Siri to go through the numbers and other information. I want to say a few words. Earlier today, we had a town hall with many of our employees and team members. We're going to have another one on Thursday. I think at today's town hall, we had about 200 that attended. Good conversation. And we all talked about this year has been one for the record books. We've never experienced something like this. It has drawn us together in many ways. Even though we've been remote, it has drawn us together in a very special way. We hope never to have to go through this again, but we know that when these things happen, the communities rely on the county. Of course, we have other jurisdictions, the city. We have a healthcare system here that's outstanding with our health and human services, all of our providers, North Country, NIH, you name it. It really did create such a rallying around a goal of coming together that we're really proud of. And so I want to credit our county team with all the work they've always done well and continue to do well. But also in addition to that, I want to credit our budget staff, Siri, John, Nicole, everyone up in the third floor. They have put in countless hours of time in making sense of what was probably at times, to be determined. And so making sense of a budget is important because in the end, a budget is a statement of values of the organization. When we look at our budget book, and our budget book that we put together is always very good because it tells a story. It tells a story of who we are. It tells a story of our communities that we serve, all of our communities in terms of the 18,600 square miles of Coconino County. Many, many stories are out there. And so having a budget that for the most part and makes every effort to cover the needs and the wants and desires of those our residents is important to us. And so I want to credit to Siri and the team, of course, to the board for your leadership during very, very uncertain times. Sometimes we just have to, keep the faith that we're going to get through this. And I think so far we have. But again, I just want to say thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Siri, Mr. Chair, with your permission, and she'll proceed through the numbers and the pie charts. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Siri.
Great, thank you, Chair Ryan and members of the board. So our first slide shows our all funds budgeted revenues for fiscal year 2022 with a comparison to fiscal year 21 at the bottom. One thing I want to point out is the large green area, that's fund balance, or that is the resources that we're carrying forward in terms of our forecasted fund balance that go into this total. And so it's not new revenue, but the rest really shows what are all of the revenue sources that we're anticipating. The other part I'd like to point out is kind of that mustard orange down towards the bottom that says unawarded grants of 35 million. So again, this is our placeholder for things that we want to have the ability to expend if they are awarded to the county. We have some things in addition to a pending federal jobs plan that may send dollars our way. We also have IT infrastructure placeholders, some superintendent of schools dollars that they've applied for. So, and then of course, COVID related expenses and HHS grants that they are in the process of either applying for or being awarded. And so that 35 million, again, is not necessarily dollars we can count on at this point, but we did want to put that placeholder in and forecast them so that if they are to be awarded, then the board could accept the dollars and we could begin to expend them in the upcoming fiscal year. So when you take those two pieces out, our current year revenue is all of the rest of the pieces of the pie. So when we look at it, our county sales tax then is our number one largest revenue source for all funds. That's our general fund county sales tax, as well as our jail district and our road maintenance sales tax. Intergovernmental is made up of a variety of different revenues. There's state revenues in here for things like court system and probation funding. There's also a lot of our HHS, and a lot of these are continuing from prior years, or the standard kind of grant or state or federal dollars that we rely on as a county. And then our state shared sales tax is our largest individual revenue source when we look at just, not designated for any kind of purpose. This is all general fund revenue, and this is much higher. As noted, we have had a rebound this year in state shared sales tax, and so we do have a much larger number for that moving into fiscal year 22. So I just want to point out that total of 345 million because it does include all of our fund balance. Now, if we go to the next slide, we'll see for all funds, we're only budgeting to expend 276 million of that. So we will still have fund balance remaining based on our forecasts. We have the same number placeholder in green up there for the unawarded grants. We also have a contingency amount, and really this speaks to when the county gets pulled into various emergencies, whether it's fires or floods or public health emergencies. The county is always the first responder in many situations. And so that $37 million is, again, budget capacity if needed in the event of an emergency, where we would come to the board then and ask for permission, basically to reallocate those dollars towards that purpose. Looking in total then again, when we take out those two kind of placeholder areas, our largest individual part on an all funds basis is salary and ERE, and then operations, which also includes quite a few mandated payments that get folded into operations, but 276 million in total. Last year we had $187 million budget, so we'll do a comparison that kind of crosswalks at the end, fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 22 from the expenditure perspective. Our next slide has our general fund revenues, 111 million. So again, revenues in all resources. So we have a fund balance again in that mustard kind of color, or maybe it's a brown, I'm not sure. But the fund balance, $32 million is as one of our resources. And then we have our major sources, state shared sales tax. You can see again, that's our number one major revenue source in the general fund individually. County sales tax is that local unrestricted half-cent sales tax, and then our property taxes. So taxes making up the majority of our general fund revenue sources. So 111 million total. Then as we go to the next slide, we have our general fund expenditures. So that same 111 million. So really it's balanced in terms of sources and uses. So we have expenditures, but this is really expenditures and also uses of funds. You can see net transfers in there of $10 million. That's really the net support going out of the general fund to some of our other programs. that are primarily funded with special revenues, but the general fund does supplement, whether it's because of a maintenance of effort payment or just support that has been contributed to offset the cost of salaries and things like that, not covered by other revenue sources. We also have the contingency piece there. So again, you know, when we pull those out, salaries and benefits are by far the largest general fund use or general fund expenditure area. But we do again have a balanced budget in the general fund where our revenues and expenditures are a match. Going to the final slide, we show the crosswalk then of our total budget starting with fiscal year 21. As noted, we had a $187 million budget last year. And we made very few adjustments to that. So that was our starting point for fiscal year 22. Then we have the $28 million placeholder for the American Rescue Plan. We've to date received just under 14 million. We know that we're awarded the full 28. And so the timeline on that, we could start spending up to just shy of $28 million. And if we chose to spend more than the 14 million we've received so far, we would just be reimbursed for the rest of those expenditures later on over the life of the rescue plan. We also put in a placeholder again for American Jobs Plan or other federal funds that are being considered right now. And then our increase in other unawarded grants. So we always have a placeholder for those unawarded grants. We always look at what's our potential. But again, you know, speaking to some of the increases in health compared to last year, that makes up a big portion of that, as well as some IT, again, broadband projects. Our general fund contingency, just a reminder to last year, the board had asked that the county take a very conservative outlook of significant revenue declines. We had already started to experience those over 20%, sometimes 30%. Or more, depending on the revenue source. And so that was forecasted to continue. And the impact of that was really that forecasted fund balance that we would normally have available. It really impacted our forecast moving forward of having those funds. And so our general fund contingency is $34 million higher than last year, because fortunately we did not get into that dire situation we were forecasting, where really we were depleting our reserves if we look at our plan last year, which is what led to those budget strategies of operating savings and hiring decisions to maximize our vacancy savings. Fortunately, we did not continue those into the fiscal year 22 budget, so we have a general fund contingency. We also have the cost. This is across all funds of the market increase. The general fund portion is lower. This is all funds cost for both salary and the associated benefits for the 3% market to staff. And then in addition, we have health. It's really our NAPEP increase specific to health, as that's the one that increased this year, 361,000 for the employer portion. And there's also an employee impact on the other side for that. And then finally, just special revenue fund adjustments. So we may have special revenue funds who are using some of that accumulated fund balance for capital projects. For example, you know, the road maintenance in HERF area has increased their use of funds compared to last year, or flood control, or some of those other districts. And so that's just that net, and then carryover adjustments as well as a small part. So that's how we crosswalk from 187 million to 276 million. And the last point I want to make on this before we end our presentation is just really, you know, as County Manager Peru noted, what we're doing today is setting our budget limit, our upper limit. So this is the maximum amount that the board can expend in fiscal year 22 as we're establishing today. But in terms of how those funds are expended, the board does have flexibility. And so from here, we still have work to do to allocate those American Rescue Plan funds, to, you know, look at all of the pieces together and bring back to the board a decision of how some of those placeholder dollars will be shuffled around. But the important part is that the most that we can again have as expenditures in fiscal year 22 is 276 million. So that is what today establishes. So with that, I think we can end the presentation, and I'll just check in if County Manager Peru has any other comments before we make our recommendation for tentative budget adoption.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe I have anything else I would add to Siri's presentation. So back to you, sir.
Okay, so thank you, Chair and members of the board. So at this point, staff would like to recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt a fiscal year 22 tentative budget for Coconino County in the amount of $276,633,200
All right, just a moment to pause. If there are any comments or questions by the board on this. So, yeah, go ahead. Is that Vice Chair? Is that you?
Hi, yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Siri, you make it sound so simple. You just slide right through it and it just like, oh, it makes me feel good just listening to your voice. It just flows. But we know how complicated this budget is this year. Just a lot of unexpectancy, a lot of expenditures that we didn't realize, and then federal dollars coming through. So I just want to make a comment and just to recognize our staff for through the whole year, keeping track of what is being spent and what is not being spent and where it's being spent. There was a lot of pencil to paper that happened. So I just want to recognize our staff for that. At the same time, putting the whole budget together and planning for the future. So I just want to recognize you, Siri, and County Manager and all the staff for working on this. You just make it sound so simple and just like, here it is. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Supervisor Horstman, Patrice.
Yes, and I would like to echo those comments really to the whole county team. I mean, you're exactly right. This was one very complicated budget to try to figure out. And I think it's very important, and for the public that are seeing this, the budget, of course, is so much greater than what we had presented and what the board accepted last year. And it's important to remember, with this complicated budget, we certainly the board will be considering the acceptance of setting the upper limit at 276,633,204. And you know that is really a reflection of building in the capacity we need in the hoped for federal funding that we know and project that we will be getting and will be able to utilize for the benefit of our full county. Without building in this capacity, we could receive the money, but we wouldn't be able to spend it. So I think it's important for the public to understand we are setting an upper limit. We are building the capacity based on the projections of the monies that we are expecting to come in from grants and also the federal programs that we've talked about. So with that, I just again want to echo my great appreciation and thanks to the wonderful county team. And I know that this was a full effort of the full team and all the departments. So thank you very much.
All right, other board members. Go ahead, Geronimo, Supervisor Vasquez.
Sure, I just want to say thank you to staff. You know, I was astounded when I saw 190 million, and now to see the complete total of what's being managed by the county staff, I just want to commend you because it's been quite a year, and there's a lot coming through, and so just really appreciate all the hard work and of the county staff to make this happen, to have such a quality programming and services from the county. So thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, I just want to echo what my colleagues have brought up, and I just want to thank the staff, for putting this whole budget together and involving all the departments, the staff, and Mr. Peru, county manager. Job well done with you and your staff to bring this budget to us, and of course, accountability is something that we really need to make sure that is evident. So again, thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and I didn't write a script for tonight, because we've been working on it so long. And yet, by the same token, got to remember the year that we've all been through. Really tremendous pressures, a lot of unknowns, challenges for many community members, and then the need for support. I could tell you, our staff, as well as our partners, we're out there working almost 24/7, just a continual, what do we do? How do we bring the community together? How do we advocate for resources? And so that was a first piece. How do we get over the downturn? And then there was some level of recovery, but not full recovery. But even so, it helped. Now there's a potential projection for additional federal money. Even with that, our budgets are conservative. They're very tight. The needs are there. There's no question. Each department, we have professionals working on our behalf for the community out there, just putting so much in. It doesn't matter which position or which department. Absolutely, we saw needs that we can't accommodate. We would love to accommodate, but we're trying to. We're trying to flex, and anywhere we can, we'll adapt and try and make that happen. In the meantime, the cost of living in the community, we're looking at market elements, so important. 3% is not going to touch what a cost of a house is in this community. So we need professionals to stay with us. They need to be able to afford to live here, and it's quite challenging. So that's an element of what we needed to work through with this particular budget. The other piece of it is, seems like a lot of money coming in from the federal government, but it's going to be very strict. There's guidance that we're waiting on that we need to adapt to. And so we need to be accountable and make sure we're doing it appropriately to guidance, but that will restrict us. But we build in the flexibility to work with this tentative budget. So I most certainly will support the budget and the recommendations that we've had brought forward. And with that, I need a motion to approve. I have Supervisor Horstman raising her hand, but I have Vice Chair Fowler out there too. Who wants to go? Well, it looks like Vice Chair Fowler.
Vice Chair Fowler.
Okay. Lena?
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt the FY 2022 tentative budget for Coconino County in the amount of $276,623,207.
Okay, we're gonna make a modification to your motion.
I'd like to make.
Can you hold on your second for a moment? Let's check. Siri, outline the number that we're adopting there, please.
Yes, $276,633,204.
There we go. That's your motion, correct?
I always change numbers around.
I wanted to make sure. Yeah, there we go. So we got our motion. So
that's being dyslexic. Thank you.
And I have a second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Next up.
If I may, Chair Ryan, just real
Please.
quickly comment on that I forgot to indicate. And the 3% for the staff is certainly well deserved. They went without last year, and they worked twice as hard while we were going through COVID. And I so appreciate all of their efforts and their commitment to this county and people in this community. So I want to thank them very much. And you are 100%. There is no fluff in terms of the budget, the tentative budget here. We're just hopeful that we will have some additional assets, revenues coming in to cover some of the needs that we really have had for many, many years. So thank you, and thank you, staff. You deserve your raise, wish it could be more, and thank you for all your hard work.
So, okay, next item that we have is item number 7. This is consideration and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2022 tentative budget for the Fire District Assistance Tax, otherwise known as the FDAT, in the amount of $1,983,520. I'll turn to Siri.
Thank you, Chair Ryan and members of the board. So the The Fire District Assistance Tax is a statutory property tax. The County Board of Supervisors really doesn't have any flexibility on establishing the rate or setting the district budget. It represents a tax rate not to exceed 10 cents, and these funds are levied against all properties within Coconino County and redistributed out to the fire districts within the county based on a formula allocation. So once this tax is established and collected, then the finance team also creates that calculation and distribution back out to the fire districts. So Coconino County does not retain any of these funds, but it is a statutory obligation of the board. So with that, we would like to recommend that the board adopt the tentative budget for fiscal year 2022 for the fire district assistance tax in the amount of $1,983,520.
All right, I need a motion to do so.
I like to make a comment or ask a question.
Oh, okay.
It was mentioned that there's a set distribution. What kind of distribution method do you use?
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. So the formula is also established by statute, but essentially it's based on the relative tax levy of each individual district. We are at the 10-cent rate, so we also have to prorate that amount downwards. So the districts aren't eligible for the full statutory calculation at this point because we are also capped at a 10-cent rate, but we follow the statutory requirements on that revenue share.
Okay, that's the only question I had. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt the FY22 tentative budget for the fire district assistance tax in the amount of $1,983,520.
$1,983,520. That's the motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, I need a second first.
I will second.
I have a second from Vice Chair Fowler. Go ahead, Lena.
Okay, I'd just like to remind everyone that this has been reduced in our county because of the closure of NGS. This is one of the line items that is impacted by the closure, and we're seeing the impacts in our budget this year. And we'll see it in our public health, our library district, the community college is feeling it. And when we lose a large business, it impacts, it has impacts to all rather than just a few people. Thank you.
All right. Okay. I'll follow up with a comment on this one and a little bit of edification if you don't already know, but for the sake of the broader public. So as Siri mentioned, it is mandated by statute. It is determined by a formula. Our finance and budget department, they put that formula into action. So they do the math and then do the distribution associated with it. The intent is to provide a little bit of additional money to the fire districts that are outside incorporated areas. And so it was set in statute many, many years ago, but it is an element that we definitely need to adopt per statute. Other comments or questions?
And the county does not take any of these dollars for a pass through.
No.
Mr. Chair.
That's correct. All right. Seeing no further comments, I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. So the next item, this is where we were talking about. We put Rose to work, Steve, and actually, what we'll need is for the board. We're going to resolve into many districts, and then we're going to go through each item rather than resolving for each item. And so, in a single motion, we'll resolve them. We'll be wearing many different hats, but only specific to each item. We'll take a vote. I need the Board of Supervisors to understand that we will need a motion to resolve as the Board of Directors of the Coconino County Flood Control District, the Coconino County Jail District, the Coconino County Public Health Services District, Library District, Toho Talani Improvement District, and the Tucson Special Street Lighting District. I need a motion to do so. Supervisor. All right, Supervisor Horstman. I need a second.
Second.
Oh, it looks like Supervisor Vasquez got the second in this time for District 2, number 2. So we will, as we do each item, act for that particular district on that. So next item is consideration and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2022 tentative budget for the Coconino County Flood Control District, and I'll turn to Siri.
Thank you, Chair Ryan and members of the board. For the next several items, just as a point of clarification, all of these figures are also included in the county budget that was presented. So that 276 million does include all of the districts below as well. However, because you are a separate board of directors for each district, they are also required under statute to adopt their own individual budgets. So our first one is the Flood Control District. And just one other note, so some of these districts, flood control and public health and library, all also have secondary property taxes associated with them in their budgets. However, for the purposes of this evening, the recommendation is to adopt the tentative budget only. And on August 3rd, we'll have a truth and taxation hearing rather on June 24th, where we're asking the board to set the official rates, and that will be done by a roll call vote. So for now, we're just setting the expenditure authority for each district. So the first district is the Flood Control District. And again, we took a similar approach of starting with fiscal year 2021, but there were adjustments proposed for some of the museum fire related mitigation projects and other flood control projects that are administered by the Flood Control District. So for fiscal year 2022, we are recommending that the board of directors adopt a district budget in the amount of $4,858,405.
All right, any questions of the board? If no questions, I'll call for the motion.
So moved.
Okay, I have Supervisor Begay making a motion, noting the amount that Siri had read out, the $4,858,405. It looks like I had a second. Who was that second from? Supervisor Vasquez. Okay, a second. Comments? No comments. I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Next item is item number 9. It's consideration and possible action to adopt the fiscal year 2022 tentative budget for the Coconino County Jail District. Siri?
Thank you, Chair Ryan and members of the board. The next item is for the jail district budget, which is primarily funded by a half-cent sales tax. And so there is no property tax for this district. The recommended budget for fiscal year 2022 is $23,208,703.
All right. Questions of the board? And it should be noted for the sake of the public that we've been through many budget hearings looking at these numbers, and now we're at a final point associated with this. No questions from the board, so I'll call for the motion. Okay. Oh, look at this. Who would like to make a motion? Supervisor Horstman.
I so move.
Okay.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt the figure read by Siri, 23,208,703. We're all going to get tongue twisted on these ones.
That's why I said I so move.
Well, I have a motion and a second in there. You guys are quick. I'm slow. Comments? No comments. Then I'll call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Next is item number 10, consideration and possible action to adopt fiscal year 2022 tentative budget for the Coconino County Public Health Services District. Siri?
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. The Public Health Services District is funded by a combination of property taxes as well as other revenues, including licenses, permits, and other fees, and state and federal grant revenue. It covers public health expenses and includes many mandates as well, mandated payments to the state of Arizona for various health services. Staff recommends that the board adopt a fiscal year 2022 tentative budget for the Coconino County Public Health Services District in the amount of $11,756,909.
All right, questions or comments by the board? No questions or comments, I'll call for the motion. Vice Chair Fowler, so moved. And actually, and I know Siri read it for the record, but I'm also reading it for the record, just so I'll go ahead and try that. So that motion was for, as Siri had read, $11,756,909. Okay. And we have motion by Vice Chair Fowler, second by Supervisor Begay. Did I capture that correctly? Okay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Next up, motion approved unanimously. Next item is item number 11, consideration and possible action to adopt fiscal year 2022 tentative budget for Coconino County Library District. Siri?
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. The Coconino County Library District is funded through a property tax, and the funds collected are returned to the library district within Coconino County, where allocations are made to the various libraries to fund their operations. So the recommendation is for the board to adopt the fiscal year 2022 tentative budget for the Coconino County Library District in the amount of $5,098,324.
See, Siri does that so well. Well done, Siri. All right. So any comments or questions by the board? Not seeing any or hearing any, I'll call for the motion for the amount of $5,098,324. Looks like Supervisor Begay, you're making that motion?
Yeah, no, I don't have any question, but I'm making the motion.
Okay. I have a motion to approve, second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 12, consideration and possible action to adopt fiscal year 2022 tentative budget for Toho Talani County Improvement District. Siri, you're going to need to explain this one a little bit.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So the Toho Talani County Improvement District was established for road improvements within the Coconino Village area. And there were property assessments. So the homeowners, or the property owners rather, paid into the assessment to help fund the road improvements, and then the roads were adopted into the county system as a result. This district has not yet been dissolved, and so there is still a small balance. However, it is inactive. All of those assessments have been fully paid by the property owners, and the district has outstanding litigation. And so therefore, we are required to adopt a budget for the district, although the recommended budget for fiscal year 2022 is $0.
Now, would anybody care to read that amount of money there? Supervisor Horstman.
I can do this one.
Okay.
I move that we.
Or director.
I'm the director, that's right.
Yes.
It's a tentative budget in the amount of $0 for the Toho Talani County Improvement District.
All right, I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Ooh, my favorite here. Consideration and possible action to adopt fiscal year 2022 tentative budget for the Tucson Special Street Lighting District. Please don't turn out the lights in Tucson here. So, Siri.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So yes, there is a Tucson special lighting district, and the special assessment is on the property owners within this limited district and covers the electric charges. The recommended budget for fiscal year 2022 is $11,400.
All right, I think Supervisor Horstman, this is in your territory. Would you like to
It
make?
is. Tucson is in District 1, and I'm very glad about that. And it's my pleasure to make the motion to adopt the tentative budget for 2022 for the Tucson Special Street Lighting District in the amount of $11,400.
I have a motion. I need a second.
I'll second.
I have a second by Director Geronimo Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? Not opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Now we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Director Horstman, second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 I was having an identity crisis being so many districts at that time. So I'm glad we're back to being the Board of Supervisors. So next item that we have is the consent agenda for the Board of Supervisors. These are items number 14 through 24, items that we consider routine in nature because we've seen them in work sessions, or they might be renewals of contract. So we take a single motion for these items. Are there any items that the board would like to separate? And if not, I'm not hearing any. Okay, I'll consider a motion. Supervisor Horstman.
I move that we accept the consent agenda, items 14 through 24 as presented.
I have a motion.
I'll second the motion.
I have a second by Supervisor Begay. Any comments? No comments. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? Not opposed. Motion carries unanimously. I want to thank for all the staff that have been hanging in here and all your good work. I think we all do. So thank you. Next item that we have is we need to resolve is the Flood Control District Board of Directors.
I move that we resolve as the District Board of Directors for the flood district. Thanks.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Fowler. I need a second. Oh, don't make me do the second as the chair.
Second.
There you go. There we have a second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 We're now acting in the capacity of Flood Control District Board of Directors. We have items 25 through 28 for consent agenda. We could separate an item. Is there anybody that'd like to separate an item? Not seeing any, I'll consider a motion for approval. Do we have someone to make that motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda for the flood control district.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Fowler. I need a second.
I second that.
I have a
second that.
second by Director Begay. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? Not opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Next, we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
I move we resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
I have a
second
motion.
that.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Fowler, second by what are you, Director Begay? All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Now we need to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors.
I move that we resolve as the Board of Health District Directors.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Fowler. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Okay, we have one item, item 29 on consent agenda. Seeing no questions, I'll go ahead and consider a motion for approval of the consent agenda. Anybody care to make that motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda item number 29 for the Health District.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Fowler. Need a second?
I'll second.
Second.
I have a second by Director Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Next, we need to resolve this Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Horstman.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. And bless you, Vice Chair. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye. Okay. Now we're acting as, we need to have a motion to act as the Jail District Board of Directors. Somehow I'm keeping this straight. I don't know how I'm doing it, but I have a motion by Supervisor Vasquez. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Now we're acting in the capacity of the Jail District Board of Directors, and we have item 30 on the consent agenda. I'm not hearing any desires for separation, so I'll consider a motion for approval. I have a director that'd like to make that motion. Director Horstman.
I will move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. We now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor or Director Begay.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're now acting in the capacity of the Board of Supervisors, and that brings us to item 31, which is a public hearing. And this one is related to fees. We have our Chief Finance Officer, Finance and Budget Director, Siri Mullaney, up to present. Siri?
Thank you, Chair Ryan and members of the board. So just a refresher, on March 23rd, 2021, we did do an extensive session to go through the findings of the user fee study that was conducted by MGT of America for the departments listed in the public hearing and recommended motion: the assessor, community development, health and human services, public fiduciary, recorder, and treasurer. At that time, the board went through the fee calculations that were done by the consultant, as well as the current fee schedule and the department recommendations for fee changes. There were a few fee changes recommended for some of the departments, as well as a significant change to the community development building permit fees that were proposed by staff. And direction was given to proceed with the required statutory postings of those fee increases. So we have had those publishings on our website for 60 days and done all of our other mandatory required notifications regarding the proposed fee increases. If they were to be adopted by resolution after the public hearing, the fees would be effective July 1st, 2021.
All right, and as noted, we've had presentations on this. We also have it in our staff report before us. Do we have any questions by the board on this? I'm not seeing any questions. And Siri, I think you probably should note particular departments that we are having fee. We had the fee recommendations for.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Those departments are to adopt the proposed fee schedule for the assessor, community development, health and human services, public fiduciary, recorder, and treasurer.
All right. Thank you, Siri. Okay, noting that this is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. So members of the public can comment on the recommended changes to fees. So I'm going to turn to Lindsay or Colleen to explain for the public what they need to do to comment.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. If you would like to make a public comment regarding this hearing, there is a raise hand icon below at the bottom of the screen. And you can go ahead and click on that, and then we will see a hand appear, know to call on you. And at this time, Chair Ryan, we don't have anybody other than Supervisor Begay on the phone in the meeting.
Okay. And I'm not seeing any either. So we provided the opportunity for the comment, and we gave it a little bit of time. So I'll go ahead and close the public hearing with no comments. Bring it back to the board for consideration for a motion as recommended. Okay. I'll try Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, Sari, thank you, and to the departments for going through this so thoroughly before in our past board meetings. So at this time, Mr. Chair, I would approve Resolution 2021-20, adopting the revised user fees for the departments of the Assessor, Community Development, Health and Human Services, Public Fiduciary, Recorder, and the Treasurer, to be effective on July 1, 2021.
I have a motion. I need a second.
I'll second.
I have a second by Supervisor Vasquez, a motion by Supervisor Horstman. Comments, just quickly, public comment. We've already had a couple presentations on this. We had the opening of the public process to notify folks. We've come to the hearing, provided the opportunity. We had a lot of staff work as well as consultant work to evaluate and make sure that we were applying fees fairly. We did have some modifications in community development. It's been many years since we've had increases there. Even so, they're still in comparative in nature to adjacent fees are very reasonable considering. So any further comments on this? So no further comments. I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Okay, I have a motion. I have, is there any opposed? Okay, I got to collect my thoughts now. I'm almost keeping it together. None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. So job well done. Siri, wonderful job of your staff and all the departments. Thank you very much. So the next item that we have is item number 32. This is a presentation and discussion and possible direction regarding an update on the engineering, design, and construction manual. And Judy, you're off mute. You have a hot mic there. Just to let you know. Lucinda Andriani. So Lucinda, our Deputy County Manager, you bring this item to us.
All right, good evening, Chair and board members. The board is required to approve the county's engineering, design, and construction manual. And in effect, which we affectionately call the EDCM, that document really provides the guidelines to builders and developers and contractors relative to our own ordinances, zoning ordinance, subdivision ordinances, building codes, etc. And not specifically building codes, but really construction codes, I would say, is that's how to think about them. It really provides the specifics and kind of governs, those processes. So we say we want them to achieve something, in the zoning ordinance or in the subdivision ordinance in particular. And then the EDCM really talks about how do they go about doing that and what is the standard they have to meet when they do that, particular whether it's building a road, whether it's sidewalk construction, any kind of civil activities, those types of things. And it really defines the process and then kind of physically. So this is something that any engineer who's working with a private party in this county and developing a project, this is kind of their Bible. They look to this to drive how they design that, because that design will have to be reviewed by the county through community development and public works engineering divisions. And it will be reviewed and have to be approved before they can construct. And then when they construct, it also talks about what standards they have to meet. So that's just in an overview, kind of what the document that Christopher and Nick are here tonight to talk about. This document was approved. Now I can't remember the exact date. What date was it, Christopher, that it was last approved?
Just 2 years ago.
2 years ago by the prior board. Prior to that, it had not been updated for a pretty significant period of time. And frankly, the engineering community came to us and said, you got to update this. So we engaged a consultant. We went through a significant process to update the EDCM. It was about, I think, at least a 2-year process that we went through. Engaged contractors, developers, engineers, all types of consultants in the construction industry for input to that, and certainly looked at other standards from Yavapai County, Maricopa County, other counties, and really looked at and debated with that group. That we had a very active group of community members who participated in this effort. At that time, we identified that one of the things we wanted to ensure going forward was that we did not wait again to provide the updates that were needed as we moved forward. And so they're here today to provide you with some proposed updates to that EDCM based upon our experience with that document over the last 2 years and what improvements we see could be made. One arena that we're specifically adding to this relates to the construction of earthen berms. And we've had some issues with construction of these berms in a particular case here in the county. And this is an opportunity for us to provide more guidelines on if that construction can take place, how it can take place, and limitations. Because right now the EDCM or zoning ordinance, neither one address that type of construction in our county. And frankly, we've never seen anything like this before. Even through all the Schultz flood, we've never seen anything like this. So it'll give us the ability to do that for future people that come forward for permits for constructing berms in the future. So that's one piece, but there are several other pieces that Christopher and Nick will go over with you. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to them, but I wanted you to understand kind of the big picture about how this document serves a very important purpose, in terms of the county and its development. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucinda. So I'm going to share my screen here. Share my screen. I won't be able to see. So if a hand goes up, please holler at me.
With pleasure. We're seeing your screen and it's in display mode.
Thank you. So there's 4 parts to this presentation. We're going to talk about the history of the engineering, design, and construction manual. We're going to talk about some of the proposed revisions, the significant ones. We'll touch on the outreach and then next steps. So like Lucinda mentioned that the manual was updated in 2018. It was a very relevant update and was important to stay current on the engineering practices and best management practices related to construction. It's just much like our county manager Peru talked about, that a budget represents the values of a community. I think the engineering, design, and construction manual does some similar things where it can emphasize and help us manage and govern how we would like to see our communities developed. And not just engineering division at Public Works or the community development department, but also the Board of Supervisors, the stakeholders within the community, and the residents themselves. So we feel like that we've captured a lot of comments in the previous revision. This one is much more of a minor revision compared to that. but our community development department has been tracking comments that we've received, mainly from the engineering community and from developers as it relates to engineering design and construction manual. And many of those things have just been clarifications. And I'll admit that as engineers, very technical language was used. And so we've tried to revise some of the language so that it's clear and the intent is more transparent. So in your packets that were within the staff report, the revised manual, the proposed revision is within there. And the second page, the first page after the cover, includes a list of the 2021 revisions. And the three things that we want to highlight today, and this is a conversation. We're not looking for approval of these revisions from the Board of Supervisors today. It's a conversation and we're looking for feedback. But we want to talk about berms. We want to talk about fees if our roads need to be cut. And we want to talk about traffic impact analysis and when those happen, when the data is shared and things like that. So I'm going to jump into it. So earthen berms. In the subdivision ordinance, it talks about that fences that typically are no higher than 8 feet. And if they're higher than 8 feet, it requires approval from the county engineer. So we'd like to propose that earthen berms follow a similar parallel. That if somebody wants to create berms on their property, either for privacy or for whatever, that the fills or these berms are no higher than 8 feet. But if berms are constructed within setback limits, which can be, depending on the zoning and the area, they could be anywhere between 10 to 15 feet or more. But if there's a fill is going to be placed within these setback limits, it's no greater than 4 feet. That's important, especially there, that we don't adversely impact adjacent property owners with the water, rainfall runoff, or other things that might, snow melt, that might run off of these berms onto an adjacent property owner. And a significant reason that it's important to me and other engineering staff that we have this is we want to be able to manage better this process, and we can't allow adverse impact of how water enters a property and the location and nature of how it enters a property and how it leaves a property. And so this helped us, this modification is helping us manage that. Previous work that was proposed and under construction is already grandfathered in, and so they won't be impacted by this proposed change. But any future development, once this engineering design and construction manual is approved by the board, would need to follow these rules. And I could see some reasons why somebody might need a berm or a fill higher than 8 feet on their property. Some of the things might be that they want to create an earthen pad to put a water tank on. They might want to fill an area for a riding arena. And if as long as they can show that water is entering and leaving their property appropriately, and they're not impacting things like view sheds, and they're revegetating berms, it's really tough for us to see that a berm realistically needs to be higher than 8 feet. And so that's a pretty significant revision to this version of the engineering design and construction manual. The next revision that we're wanted to talk about relates to pavement cuts. And so many of the utilities run underneath roads and paved roads. And we want to be able to manage better when a utility needs to cut our road, how they are responsible and how they help contribute to then the long-term maintenance that's potentially created by creating that failure point or that cut or that edge in our roadway. So currently, if if we do a road project and we chip seal or we have some sort of pavement preservation activity on a road, there's a moratorium that says the utilities, our road cannot be cut for 3 years. We just invested in the road. We want to realize the full investment of those funds and get the full service life out of the road. And if we do a major project where we're repaving, the moratorium, the no cut moratorium actually lasts for 7 years. Sometimes there's emergencies that come up. In this case, in this picture, that road was newly paved, a house was built, and they realized like the house was practically sold, and they realized that they hadn't turned the gas on to the property. And then they realized that the gas valve was actually located in the road prism. And so Unisource and the developer, they come to the county and ask for us to permission to cut the road. And so what we're proposing is fees when this happens. We didn't want to keep this family from being able to move into their home, but we wanted to realize some sort of support from somebody else's mistake that they needed to cut our road and compromise the county road. And so we're proposing that they pay a fee. It's $300 for the cut plus $20 per linear foot of the trench that they have to create in the road. And then they also have to put back a more significant patch. Oftentimes when they try to just cut this small and put the patch back, it doesn't work. And so they have to peel back the asphalt, the paving back further. We call it a T-top, and they lay it back. And so it's a more significant patch to help us realize a better surface when they're done, as opposed to just patching the small area that they tried to cut. So this will help us realize the full service life of our road, or something closer to it, and we're collecting fees that help us offset that when the utility is gone. Now, ideally, they would, if something like this happened where they needed to put a line underneath the road or they needed to do something, the first request is that they bore. And we would rather have them bore under the road than they cut it. This is really a last resort. If boring doesn't work, or if the valve is underneath the roadway. But we hold annual meetings with our stakeholders, with the utility companies, and we tell them what roads we're going to be working on. They know, oftentimes they know years in advance where we're going to be and what we're going to be doing. So it's very rare is it a surprise that there's a moratorium on a road that they need to work on. They know well in advance that these things are coming, so that they can plan their maintenance operations and they can carry out services that they need to do. So the next recommended revision, Nick Hall, our Assistant County Engineer, and more recently our interim Road Maintenance Division Manager at Public Works, is going to cover the traffic impact analysis and the things that were recommended, the changes we're recommending there. Go ahead, Nick.
Good evening, Chair Ryan, members of the board. So to cover on the traffic study portion of the EDCM changes, right now when a new development comes through, any development really in the county, we require some form of traffic study to analyze traffic impacts that development will have on our communities. Up to this point, there's only been 2 levels of this traffic study, and any development requires one or the other. The 2 different types of studies in this is a traffic impact statement or a traffic impact analysis, abbreviated as TIS and TIA, with the traffic impact statement being the lesser of the 2 documents, and the traffic impact analysis being a much more formal, in-depth research document to the extending impacts of a development on the roads and circulation in the area. So we had seen that a great many developments coming through were so small, just very small developments, that there should be a threshold requiring neither, and really just small developments. And therefore we put in a threshold that neither the TIS or the TIA would be required if a development was showing that it would be less than 100 average daily trips. And just to put that in perspective, 100 average daily trips is about equivalent to 10 single-family residential homes. So developments of that size and less, we would not require a traffic impact statement or a traffic impact analysis. Also in this section, for kind of dictating when the difference between a TIS and a TIA, and there are several levels to the TIA, that the previous EDCM used the metric of peak hour trips that was expected from the development. And while this is a good value, that really it comes once further analysis is done into the traffic. The average daily trips is a standardized, much easier to estimate ahead of time number for each of these developments. So the thresholds was changed from peak hour trips to average daily trips for the criteria for the TIA and TIS. For the next section about the improvement analysis, here we really saw that the previous EDCM required that a traffic impact statement or traffic impact analysis, a traffic study, must be required before the development's approved. But it did not say when did it have to be done. It just said that it had to be done. So this work here was really to clarify that really the earliest approval stage from the county is when the traffic study needs to be completed, whichever level it may be. So if a development comes through requiring a zone change or a subdivision plat, that is when the traffic study needs to be completed and approved. If there's not a zone change required and a site has rights to go ahead and build, there's still the requirement to apply for and receive encroachment permits and grading permits with the county. At this stage, it would be required on these ones, but really the goal here was to get that traffic impact traffic study completed early to really see what the impacts would be, frankly, before any other changes would have to come after the fact. We really did see that, even at the platting stage, that certain improvements require additional land. And if that's not accounted for at that stage, it causes issues down the line. So that was the thinking behind that. Christopher, was there anything more you think we need to add on that?
Well, I think that, thanks, Nick. I think it's important to realize that a level of service on our roads is A, B, C, D, E, or F. And we know that with each development and as our community grows, that level of service can decrease. And in some places, it can be a C, and a new development might be the last tick for how many cars or that development's going to cause, and it can really create some unwanted and adverse impacts. And our community has swelled, I guess is a good word to say it, related to traffic. And so I think it's time that we put a traffic analysis a little bit more on the forefront, and that we draw some attention to it in the Planning and Zoning Commission stage. Not that it hasn't previously, but that we absolutely require it now, because we're seeing real impacts, and we're moving down. We're moving away from level A and B in some areas, and we're in the C and D areas. And so it's important that we understand these impacts. I think it's a sign of the times. It's important for the Board of Supervisors and the Planning and Zoning Commission to understand the full impacts when a development is being proposed, and they can make their decisions based on zone changes or plat approvals and things, based on all of the information. So it's important. Nick mentioned that we don't require a TIA or a TIS, and if it's 10 units or less. However, we still look at safety, and we'll use county resources. We have a transportation planner. We have hiring for a new person. Our previous one just retired, and so our transportation planner helps us evaluate impacts in those smaller developments, so we're not overburdening the smaller developments, single family developments, and the threshold is there at the 10 units. I think those are the important things that we wanted to hit. The outreach that we've done is send this to like over 40 of our stakeholders, the engineering firms, developers, partnering agencies, the City of Flagstaff, ADOT, and we just finished our comment period and received some comments. A lot of it were supportive of what we've proposed. Some of them are asking, you know, this is a little bit more aggressive than what we've seen before, but you know, I guess they haven't really indicated if they're supportive or against it, but just indicated that it's a little more aggressive. But I think it's the sign of the times, and so we continue to accept comments and feedback, and I think we have a pretty good track record with working with people to help them be in compliance for the people that want to work with the county, and to help people understand the nature and the intent of the engineering, design, and construction manual. So our next steps be incorporate any further revisions based on the comments that we may receive from the Board of Supervisors and from the stakeholders. And then here in the near future, we'd return as an action item for approval. And then we'd give a 30 or 60-day implementation period where we let people know that, hey, the manual has been approved, and any project that's started in the next 30 days or 60 days, that these take effect. Previously with the major design, it was a 60-day kind of soft implementation, but I think with these changes, there's a lot less significant changes. I think we can give a 30-day notice and implement it. So with that, Chair Ryan and members of the board, that's our presentation, and we're willing to stay on and answer any questions that anyone may have.
All right, let's turn to the board. Questions or comments? I suspect Supervisor Horstman wants to make a comment.
Yes, and I first of all thank you very much, Nick and Christopher. I appreciate your thorough information to us and the recommendations for changes in the EDCMs. And you know, I know that there have been some concerns, at least raised in my district and possibly others, with regards to these berms. And it was one of those, something that kind of fell between the cracks in terms of oversight on this area. And I really appreciate your thoughtful recommendation. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it'll be helpful for neighborhoods and for our communities to have a little bit more specific information on the berms and limitations of heights on these earthen berms. So thank you for that. I think that's going to be very helpful for many of the people in my district and probably the whole county. The pavement cuts, that just makes a lot of sense. And the moratorium on the pavement cuts, I should say, no cuts for 7 years unless they come back with certain requirements, and it's just reflective of the costs and the wear and tear on the road. So I think that's a very common sense recommendation, and I'm in favor of that. And then lastly, the traffic impact area studies, the TIAs, I guess we want to get those straight. I think it is a good idea that they should be done now prior to going to P&Z. You know, obviously you have exempted, and I think that's totally appropriate. Small developments, very small developments can be waived. But for the larger developments where really we are talking about traffic impacts in neighborhoods, it really should be discussed and reviewed and presented before it goes to P&Z. So I'm in favor of all three of your recommendations. I think these are logical recommendations to be made to the EDCM, and I thank you for your work on this. I'm very supportive of all three recommendations.
All right. Actually, I want to hop in and comment on this one. We've come a long way from contracting engineers to getting an engineer. But really, I think the level of professionalism has grown and grown with time. I compliment Lucinda for all your work. Christopher, the work that you and your team have put together. You're bringing a professional level of service. Not only that, but it was time. We're not just surging. It's appropriate, and we're looking at our system comprehensively as well. It's not just the developer. We have certain areas of responsibility. How do we address them as we see changes occurring? But if it is caused by development, certainly they need to provide the appropriate analysis and at the appropriate time. I compliment you for all the work. The roadways, I've seen too many roadways, by utilities cut up and that not be packed appropriately. It just trashes our road. For anybody that, we go through our 101 on roads, the whole idea is keep water out. You crack that, you let it through, and or you have it subside and it creates the bumps. It tears the road up and we lose the life of the road, and roads are so doggone expensive. So I compliment you on that. On the berms, unique circumstance that required a modification. Let's see how it works. If there's a need to come back, I would understand that. Even so, it's under the purview of our staff. If there are unique circumstances, then those applications could be considered. But at least we're setting parameters that we don't have unique circumstances pop up as we had seen over in District 1. Consideration for neighbors, etc. What's reasonable associated with it. So I'm all in favor of all the work that you've done. For the sake of the board, this is direction. We're not doing an action. We're giving direction tonight for staff. Comments from other board members?
Yeah, I am, Mr. Chair, I am also supportive. I just have to, just want to encourage you to really look at how it impacts the rural communities. And this is, the traffic study is very reasonable. We need to make sure that, those small communities are, and I think you're really looking at it, but just how it will be impacting the developments out there. Not that there's a whole lot of development in my district, but still. So I would encourage that. Thank you.
I'll be quiet and say even the high density ones in rural areas. So other board members, any comments? Okay, and I'm checking in. Judy, are you still with us? I understand we might lose you on phone. Okay, just a note, Supervisor Begay, heard she was losing her charge and we might lose her. I think we have. Supervisor Begay. Oh, you are here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm still listening. I couldn't find my button to unmute. Okay.
All right. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for the team for developing this manual. It looks very comprehensive and sounds like we need it. It's a worthwhile investment of time and energy by the staff, and so I just appreciate all the work that went into it, and looking forward to see it get implemented. Thank you.
So, Christopher, you were going to say something?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to recognize that you mentioned that that our team has done a really good job, and I kind of failed to mention that Intellis, an engineering firm who helped us do the revision to the previous manual. It's Bill Link and Brian Wilcox with Intellis have been great partners, and they really looked at what other communities do, what other counties and cities do, and so that we're appropriate and we fit, but then we're also unique given our location and our specific needs. So really wanted to thank Intellis and Bill. I'm sure Bill's on if there was any questions as well.
Okay, I'm not seeing questions. You see our direction? Looks good. All right, thanks. Great work, guys, for everybody. Judy, we need you to mute. We're hearing echo out there. So next item, moving on to our last page. Item number 33 is presentation, discussion, and update associated with COVID-19. I'll turn to Steve. And Supervisor Begay, Judy, can we get you to mute your phone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm going to I got muted.
You're good.
So I'm going to tee up Kim, but I can assure you that her presentation tonight is going to be very short. Welcomingly short. Kim, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Ryan, supervisors. Yes, it will be very brief. Just wanted to provide a couple of updates. I will attempt here quickly to share my screen, and if I do not succeed, I can give you the verbal update without it, because I failed to make sure that Erica got promoted as well, and she probably has it all queued up. Just wanted to provide a couple of brief updates to you all regarding the response. Again, our numbers continue to trend in the right direction, which is exactly what we want to continue to see. We haven't quite met that minimal level yet for our incidence rate for our week ending March 29th, but we were down to 16.3 per 100,000. Our percent positivity in minimal at 3.6 and COVID-like illness at 2.2%. Our vaccination rates as of June 8th for Coconino County were total, even including first doses, was at 49.8%. So we should be seeing soon our number going up for total vaccinated as far as those eligible, given that since the Pfizer vaccine release to those 12 and older was just a little over 3 weeks ago. So all of those young folks that started getting vaccinated are reaching their time to get their second dose and become fully vaccinated. So we're excited about that. Next slide, please. Thank you, Erica. Just pointing out where we kind of sit with, we had kind of hit a little plateau there for the week ending I just showed you, which was on the 29th with 23 total cases. As of the pulling of the data, we had 10 through June 5, our week ending. Of course, that data will all be culled and put together for the report and see if we can continue to go below that 20 number and ultimately reaching less than 10 cases per week. The last thing I just wanted to update you all on is some upcoming events and things that are happening over the course of the next couple of weeks, since we won't be meeting next week. Today, in conjunction with Premier Medical Group, we have been hosting some pop-ups at our housing authority locations here in Flagstaff. So today, the first one was held tonight at the Seiler Homes Activity Center. I believe there were 9 people vaccinated this evening. Tomorrow, the team will be at the Cogdill Center at Brandon Homes, and then on the 10th at the Clark Homes office. And then, of course, continuing our Wednesday pop-ups at HHS. We are seeing a great turnout during those limited hours on Wednesdays. I believe this past Wednesday, we had over 45 that came during that window. And for Moderna and Johnson & Johnson, so that's great. We'll be back at the courthouse again on Friday between 11 and 1. That had been kind of the standard afternoon hours, with the exception of last Friday when we were at downtown for the First Friday Art Walk. And then next week, towards the end of the week, there will be an event at the Tucson IMAX Theater. That's still getting the dates, the time getting determined. So once we have that, all of you will be receiving those flyers. And then an event being planned at Thorpe Park, which is in conjunction with a Frisbee golf tournament that is going to be hosted there. And then returning back on June 21st to Purina for the follow-up event at that work site location. There's still lots of other things in the works, including planning to be working on scheduling something up in Page coming up towards the end of June as we work with Canyonlands up there, also Premier Medical Group, and then of course looking at movies on the square, the concerts and the community market events, and then also looking to work with Chair Ryan as well, looking to identify a date down for Kachina Mountain Air area, and of course any other opportunities as they present. We've got a great team that continues to keep planning out ahead and looking at all of those opportunities. So with that, I think that really concludes what I had to share, unless there's any questions or comments. Go ahead, Steve.
Just a couple of tag-alongs. So we did announce last week that the county fair is going to take place. So Kim is working closely with Cynthia and Ricky and the group out at Tut Hill, of course, ensuring a lot of messaging. It's glad to have you back at Tut Hill for the county fair, but of course encouraging social distancing, masking if you've not been vaccinated, hand washing stations throughout. So again, we will be welcoming our county back again, but with a lot of reminders. So let's hear it for fair food.
And and opportunities for vaccinations as well.
So yeah, if I can add, Mr. Chair, so we have been surveying the county team, and one of the questions, a voluntary question, I want to make that very, very clear. It's a voluntary questionnaire, voluntary survey. Individuals, we did ask, one of the questions in the survey is, have you vaccinated? Again, completely voluntary. We have about 200 that have responded, with about an 80% indicating that they have. So if you kind of take that as a representative sample, again, it's a personal choice. We want to respect everyone's choice to make that decision, but we do feel that that's an important message to provide to you all tonight, that our county team is looking at that. So I'll keep it at that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, and I'll go a little further. Just from a public health perspective, it's highly recommended. So yeah, very important. So with that, any questions from the board? No questions? Okay. Thank you, Kim.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And next up is discussions and update and possible direction of staff regarding state federal legislation.
Yes, and this evening with us is Todd Benetska, and he's going to provide some information on the legislative statewide information, and then I'm going to provide a couple comments on the Independent Redistricting Commission schedule of public outreach events. So, Todd.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me this evening. It was sort of an eventful week. You all will remember that they adjourned until June 10th to pass a budget. Well, late last week, they said the House said we're going to come back and pass a budget, and then we're going to basically leave it in the lap of the Senate, and they'll have to figure out what to do moving forward. So Monday morning, we woke up and they published their amendments. And they claimed that they had votes lined up and they were going to literally dare members who were opposing the budget to vote against it. Well, they put the first two bills up, and guess what? The members who were opposed to the budget voted against it. By noon Monday, they had adjourned for till June 10th. So Thursday, we'll see what happens when they come back. How are things looking? It looks like the tax cut package that some of you have read about probably won't be as wide ranging or as big as it had been. I think that the municipalities have been very effective at lobbying for their impacts to be minimized. And so there might be a shift in the TPT formula. Won't affect the county. It will affect the state. The state will have to give more to cities and towns. That's a maybe. We're waiting to see if that kind of materializes. You know, and then the other thing is that some of the press have started talking like there is a coalition of Democratic votes and moderate Republican votes to pass sort of a tax cut that is not as big as what they've been proposing. We'll have to see if that works out. We'll have to see if that kind of materializes. You're starting to hear some whispers like, well, there might be alternative budgets put forward. The catch is this: you have to get the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate to agree to put that up on a board before it can be voted on. And so if you don't have buy-in from leadership, there are processes by which you can force it on the board, but I don't see that necessarily as really materializing. So the goal would be to try and get mainly in the Senate, the president trying to get some sort of a bipartisan approach to budgeting done. You know, I'm not going to never say never, but it's certainly not going to be one of the. I don't think it's likely. So but that's one of the things we are watching. You know, Steve, with that, I guess I can answer questions if there are any. The other thing is that you all remember 22 bills were vetoed by the governor to try and motivate the legislature to pass a budget. It's clear that has irked everyone who's not named Governor Ducey. And so the House has given itself permission for late introduction of bills. They've introduced 22 striker bills, which is clearly going to be the 22 vetoed bills. The Senate has done the same thing. And so we expect at least some of those topical areas, if not all 22 of them, to kind of come out and pass. They were not controversial bills. They were, in some cases, you know, bipartisan bills particularly regarding zoning of marijuana growth facilities. But they were bills that everyone had interests in to one degree or another. So we expect to see those back. So what does that mean for session? Probably another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, easily. And with that, you know, Steve, I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, back to you, sir.
All right, good. Well, we'll pause for questions, but I have to admit, very seldom do I agree with Mr. Cook, but way to go, Mr. Cook. How about that, huh? All right. So questions or comments at this point? No, really. Yeah, it's pretty dynamic, isn't it, Todd? We'll wait and see. We got to be perched and ready to go. For the sake of the board, we're coming up. We're going to want to do other things, but we got to stay the course. If we have to rise up at a single moment because something happens quickly, these are the type of budgets that kind of action might be needed for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you're exactly right. And dynamic is probably one of the more polite terms that I've used to describe this past week. I will ask you all, just keep an eye on your emails. Claire, or you will either get something from Claire or from I, since you're not meeting next week. We'll make sure that we keep you informed via email and email updates.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I can offer a couple comments on the Independent Redistricting Commission.
Please, Steve.
So yesterday, to our surprise, we received some information in their meeting packet, because they were meeting today, that they were putting together the outreach schedule, and they had been putting on calendars dates to visit counties, and lo and behold, Coconino County was listed for next Thursday. You know, we were not aware of it. This was brought to our attention. Vice Chair Fowler was involved. Our consultants, Jose Rivera and Gary Husk and Janet Regner called us. And so it was kind of all hands on deck. We met yesterday, this morning. We are submitting a letter for the public record, letting them know while we are certainly invite and encourage that they do have a hearing in Coconino County. It is well, several things. Number one, you know, we're still in the midst of COVID. We're still opening up. And also, it's very short notice. And so being able to reach out to all the stakeholders in Coconino County was important. And there's not a venue identified. And so our communication to IRC will be partner with us, partner with Coconino County. We've already begun to reach out to some of the larger venues here in town to see if there are some locations that we can at least get some dates and to forward them. So that's our communication to IRC is work with us. We're happy to do that. But again, we do need a little bit more notice. And so again, Vice Chair Fowler was instrumental. She did contact a member of the IRC Commission to voice this as well. And so I think this immediate response will have, of course, a good result in terms of encouraging the IRC to let's do it right so that we can have a full opportunity to reach out to the county stakeholders. And I don't know if Vice Chair Fowler wanted to add to that comment.
Thank you, Steve, and thanks, Todd, for your report and always being out there for us. Really appreciate it, and your your updates and your newsletters that do come in. It's really really important that we stay on task with the state as well as the independent redistricting commission. Yeah, that came as a surprise. I just want to thank Steve. He jumped into action and was able to really we were able to, it sounds like, be able to delay the 17th meeting here. And our input was that, Coconino County is still closed. We're still going through the reentry process. And Navajo Nation and other tribes that are within the county are also still closed. So let's work together. We love to have you here. We want to work with you and we want to be ready. And that was our message to them. So thank you.
And that is all we have on the legislative front, Mr. Chair.
Actually, I do want to bring up one item. So it was brought to my attention. We've been doing a lot of work with the dark skies, and we've talked about JLUIS, and there was a study where we brought together the whole observatory community, worked on street lighting projects. A SLED study is what it was called. Came up with recommendations to modify lighting. Unfortunately, ADOT is doing maintenance, replacing their low pressure sodium or high pressure sodium, mostly high pressure sodium, with LEDs, which are bright light. And the observatory community is just responding right now to, oh my gosh, this is getting way out of control. I'm asking you all if you're okay if we go ahead and take action, try and bring in congressional contingent, do writing to ADOT director, that we put a letter together and go proactive. Patricia, you're nodding your head.
I would absolutely be there with you on that, Chair Ryan.
Okay. Other board members, you okay with that?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic. Yeah, it's, we really need to get on it. Another piece that we had that we've talked about is, and we've been talking to Anna, and Bob has been, is there a way that we can get a special designation of a lighting zone? That's a discussion that we have time to work on at the federal level. Federal highways is a tough nut to crack, but it begs for that, and we'll continue to have those conversations. But more importantly, this maintenance piece needs action now. So thank you on that. With that, anything else on legislative from the board? Not hearing it. Okay, let's go ahead and move on. It looks like Steve, you're up.
Just real quickly, I just want to make one comment on the agenda going forward. So on the agenda for the 22nd, we're going to be postponing the the wildfire ordinance that you talked about tonight to the 24th. And so it's going to go from the 22nd to the 24th. And we're doing that because of the timing of the publication for the ordinance. So we're pushing that out. On the 24th, you're going to be adopting a special meeting to adopt the budget, the final budget. And we, because of the timing of the ordinance publication, we need to add one item on it, and that'll be the wildfire ordinance that you talked about today. So that is the only change with regard to that. The 22nd, the agenda so far looks like we have a liquor license from District 4. We're going to be talking about the amphitheater contract. We have an exec session on the annual audit, which is a draft audits, which we can discuss with you. We have another installment of the ARP funding framework formation. And I think those are the major pieces for the 22nd. So again, that's all I have for you, Mr. Chair, and members of the board.
All right, fantastic. Steve, any questions of Steve on that? And, we have time in between. We're going to try and, we'll continue to work on these schedules and see if we get a little more time to go over these. Maybe, something to consider is putting this at the beginning of the meeting sometimes, Steve. We don't have to do it all the time, but just to give us a chance to go over these pieces. So next element is item 36. It's a update by districts, and I'll go ahead and just go numerically district wide.
Yes, and I know everybody's tired. It's been another long day, and so I'll try to do this quickly. First and foremost, I want to give a shout out and a big thank you to Lena Fowler, Supervisor Fowler, for welcoming us to her district. We were able to go up to District 5, Heart of Page, Arizona, and got to visit a number of the facilities up there, including the opening of the juvenile court facility. Very nice facility. Also got to tour the new sheriff's office up there, department up there, I should say. Also just a wonderful facility. So it was wonderful to visit District 5 and Supervisor Fowler's district, and to meet so many of district employees and review the facilities up there. So big thank you to Supervisor Fowler for her hospitality on that. I look forward to all of us going out and visiting all of our districts. I think that's a very good thing and important for us representing Coconino County. The Big Shot vaccine incentive program continues, and we are working forward on that. As you know, Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance is working on getting the word out and getting signing up some businesses. I also met with Julie Pasterik from, of course, the Chamber, Flagstaff Chamber. She was very excited about it, and Julian brought over 60 of our colored brochures over there to hand out to some of the Chamber businesses as well. And so we're hoping that the Chamber will be helping us and joining us in our efforts. So big thank you to our downtown businesses and to the Chamber on this. We'll move forward and keep you informed on that. Then also we were able to do the Sharon Manor tour. Sharon Manor, as you know, is a transition housing, houses individuals and families that have been facing domestic violence situations. And they have an expansion on the Sharon Manor itself. And it's just wonderful what they've done. And the new facilities are really wonderful transitional housing that we can offer those in need in our community. And by the way, Devana, who of course is the Housing Solutions Director and oversees Sharon Manor, has invited the whole board and any staff members that would like to have a tour. So please let me know or let Julia know. We'd love to get a tour for all of you to take a look at the wonderful facilities available to our constituents and those in need here in Coconino County. And then Meet and greet in the streets continues, and both myself and Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor Vasquez, have been meeting in District 1 and District 2 within the museum flood potential or museum fire potential flood areas, and really meeting one-on-one with a lot of the homeowners in these areas, and really encouraging them to keep their eyes out, to be very vigilant as our weather and as our monsoon season approaches, and also working with them on getting their sandbags in place, refreshing those sandbags that have succumbed to the elements, and working with United Way to build a volunteer pool and to help these neighbors help themselves and help them with refreshing and replacing those sandbags. And those have been well attended and well received. Had a pastries with Patrice this morning, got to meet a number of people in my district, especially along Highway 180. I didn't save Chair Ryan any pastries, and I'm very sorry for that, and I'll try to remember next time. So with that, Chair Ryan, that's just a brief update on what's going on here in District 1. Thank you.
I'm glad you didn't. I have to get rid of my COVID-19 anyway, so, you know. Let's see, District 2, Supervisor Vasquez, Geronimo.
Hello, everyone. Been busy. The primary thing has been the meet and greet in the streets, working with Supervisor Horseman. We did 2 last week, Wednesday and Thursday. Have another one coming up this Thursday, Peak School. It's been a good opportunity to talk to the community and just really reinforce the importance of our flood mitigation efforts to prepare for the monsoon season. I just want to thank everybody that's been involved in that, with the staff and everybody who's come out and supported that. They've been great events, and looking forward to doing one more this Thursday. I met with the Superior Court with Judge Slayton and learned about some of the issues with the courts, and talked about issues around mental health services and how we can improve those services in our county. I also met with the mayor. Part of the reason I was not able to go to Page, I missed out on the great opening and seeing the great developments that have been going on in District 5. I look forward to going the next time. And again, meeting with the mayor, we talked about mental health services and how to provide and collaborate some of those services to our community. And then I attended our Fernwood Timberline Neighborhood Watch meeting, where we talked about off-road vehicles and some of the concerns there, and traffic concerns, especially for biking. And then finally, the big thing I'd like to just encourage is we need volunteers to help with our flood mitigation efforts. And so we're working with United Way and the staff to organize Volunteer Day, and that's coming up as it's organized. More details will be provided, but anybody that wants to volunteer really needs to go through United Way. And so there's a link and a number that you can call to get registered. And so we just really encourage folks to help participate. And you don't necessarily have to just lift sandbags to participate and volunteer. There are many ways that you can help support these efforts. So please get involved as much as you can. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, they're trying to decide whether to let you in District 5 because you didn't come. But no, actually, you were doing good stuff. So working on county business, and we noted that when we were up there. District 4, I think we lost Judy. So Vice Chair Fowler, District 5.
Thank you, and I want to thank everyone for coming out to District 5. We opened the Judge Reed and his team opened the juvenile court and multi-purpose building. It's really exciting, the project they have, and very innovative, and just the thought that was put into it about the community, the young people, and the staff, and at the beautiful facility at Seattle. And I just want to thank everyone, and all the staff are out there, Sheriff's Department, Health Department, Adult Probation, Juvenile, They were so excited to have you all out there. Thank you so much. That's been just really the highlight of this week for now. So thank you. Thank you, Steve.
All right. I'll follow up on that in a second. Just quickly, District 3, and reminder for most of the other districts here, force clean up the vouchers. This is last weekend and this weekend, this second weekend. I usually put my time in helping some elderly community members clean up their property, but it's more, the big thing is having neighbors help each other out and reducing the fire danger out there. So that'll conclude this weekend, I believe. Just to note, Munns Park, a lot of you got emails from folks from my district on a proposal for a trailer park. According to the Pinewood News, they pulled the plug on that one. So that's not happening. We've been working our way through a permitted right, perception of some individuals of a bar that because they have outside music and they can hear it, they went resolution. Our staff's looked at it. Sheriff's office looked at it. It's not a level of disturbing the peace. It's a level of perception, I guess, is one piece, but you might hear about that. So we've been spending time on that. Lots of work going on in Belmont, whether it's the community building itself or the work they're doing on the roundabouts. Our contractors and our public works crews have been very busy in coordination out there. Wrestled through a mining issue. Greg continues to help refer people to the appropriate state agencies out in the Howard Mesa area. I do have a meeting scheduled with the Arboretum director, just touch bases as a courtesy. Meeting with Gail Jackson on my Kona role on behalf of the board. I'll be doing that this week. I have a TPAC meeting, so that's NACOG's Transportation Advisory Committee. I'll be sitting on that. Just a note, I got a request from Williams to see if the board would support their recommendation that they're putting into NACOG. I think it's a little bit too late to ask the board to do that, but there may be a possibility of other municipalities. And, maybe we can say, yeah, this is a neat thing for those particular communities without trying to place them ahead of each other. But it's one to think about as different communities come forward with their proposals and recommendations, both for the federal money and for a NACOG process that they're initiating, that they're going to consider. They want to go to the legislature next year and say, for roughly $40 million, we recommend that you fund these projects and for whether it's Metro Plan for a certain amount or NACOG for a certain amount. So just you'll hear more discussion. Don't hesitate to ask me about that, and also look on your own committees for that. We're going through our merit selection process. Greg's working on that. I think we set it up well enough from my side that he then picks it up with that group so they can do it independently. And then hopping into the chair's notes, reminder for all of us, they're moving towards stage 2 restrictions. Let's see, I have a meeting with Mayor DC tomorrow. It seems like he's meeting with all of us. I'm kind of meeting him more. I haven't really sat down and met with him. So first from that perspective, but also from the chair's perspective. So any of the issues that we have, I've been talking to Steve, just put together a list and hear what he has to say. It's not going to be much time though, only a half an hour. So we'll see what we can cover associated with that. And then Paige, what a great visit. Good job, Lena, Steve, for all our staff up there. They were just so excited to see the board. Not just that, for all of us to see the type of services that we provide. And, it's amazing how they fit into that one building with both probation as well as juvenile. That building's seen better times on it. But there is some very good work that's being done up there. Just a note, I sent a letter off to Wendy Rogers on the flood control advisory board bill that had come in. As we're getting these notices, quickly react. We're trying to stay on top of that just so the board's aware of it. DWID, you might be getting emails as Lindsay had sent out to all the board members from a domestic water improvement district that we approved recently. I think it was last year, I forget, that they're asking us to intervene, and it's in District 4, Judy's district. Rose and I talked about it just for affirmation, but once we created the district, that's their authority now. It's not ours. We refer them back to their board, their process. They're a separate subdivision of the state. So if you're getting these emails and you don't know what to do with it, that's the type of response that you can give with that community. And that's enough for now. We had a very long day, a very productive day. To all our staff, thank you for all the good work as always. And to the board, you guys, you're okay. I'll continue to come back and work with y'all. You're doing a great job, actually. I really appreciate it. You care so much for your communities. It's wonderful. So with that, any last notes? Not seeing any, Steve? No?
Yeah, I'd like to say something.
Yeah, go ahead, please, Veronica.
Apparently I misspoke. The meet and greet is not Thursday, but tomorrow night, Wednesday night at 6 o'clock at Peak School. And then also that just wanted to throw out that we are getting ready for the Sawmill Park event. We're going to be doing a walkthrough soon, and the official date for the event is June 26th from 2 to 5, and invitations will be going out soon. And also one last thing, I'll be attending an anti-racism, anti-bias advisory meeting for FUSD this week. So I look forward to continuing the conversation around diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Nice.
Thank you.
Nice. Yeah, just a note on that, the Sawmill Park, that's, we're saying farewell and recognizing former supervisor Liz Archuleta with that very good commemorative event.
Oh, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
So I'd like to also report, I think.
Drop your notes on the floor there. That's what I usually do.
Sorry, okay, I got it.
There we go.
I did work with our former supervisor Archuleta, and we did a Facebook Live yesterday with the Navajo Nation president and vice president and the USDA team and the undersecretary of agriculture. And we informed the Navajo farmers and ranchers, and this really applies to all ranchers and all farmers, that USDA, well, to the underserved, that USDA is really relooking under the American Rescue Plan. They were able to get their loan forgiveness. They have some of them have debts that they've taken out the loan, and those are being forgiven. So we did a presentation with the Navajo Nation president yesterday evening. I've been participating in Select USA presentations, and that's going on right now, an international conference. So I've been participating in that as well. Met with the Navajo Nation president at Twin Arrows and the vice president. So we continue our conversations on partnership and how some of the things that we may be able to work together on. So that's where we are. Thank you.
All right. And I think that's a wrap. So I'll go ahead and I'll adjourn the meeting before we can, no, I think we did great. Fantastic. And the meeting's adjourned. Well done, everybody.
Well, take care.
Good night.